How are we? Oh, my camera just went blurry. Welcome. I'm alternate juror, also known as AJ. As you can see from the bottom of my screen, we know the verdict's in. Please don't spoil it for us. We're going to do 3 short witnesses from this trial just to kind of wrap it up. And then we will go to the verdict. So it won't be very long. We'll get there. Yes, thank you, Gabby. We've not seen it. I'm not looking. I have it. I just have to click. I haven't even looked. Hello, Flash fan. How you doing? I hope you are doing well. Hope everybody's having a good week. It's been a rainy week here, so whatever. And it's really cold today. Don't like it. Ready for summer. All right, just so we don't waste any more time, we are going to watch Sandra Torres. If you remember Sandra Torres' name, Mr. Spillers mentioned her quite a bit in his testimony. His wonderful, wonderful testimony. Hey, Adair. Whoop. How you doing? Well, try not to be a Valley girl today. Mr. Spillers blamed Sandra Torres for everything that happened on November 25th, 2020, which is approximately 1 week before the incident took place with the baby, Hannah. Depending on whose version you believe, we'll see what Ms. Torres has to say. I believe this is when Chloe tried to make an escape the first time and ended up not. And I think her reasoning for it is because they were threatening to take Hannah. So we'll see if Ms. Torres agrees or disagrees with my thoughts here, because she was there that day. And she was the one that when Chloe ran out into the road, she was the one that stopped. She was the one that Mr. Spillers allegedly broke her eye socket. So let's see what her version of the incidents are. Make sure you tell me how the sound is so I can adjust it accordingly. We're going to listen to her. She's a short witness. We're going to listen to one of the former wives. And then you guys may not want to, but I think we should listen to the independent doctor. Her testimony is not that long because she ties there's one question in there that ties all the rest of the doctors that spoke all together. And to me, it was interesting. Morning, Dill. Hey, Bon. Well, you can still stick around if you want to. Bon, it's always good to see you. And we also need to know what you're going to have for lunch. If you don't stick around, how are we going to know? All right, here we go.
Okay. Do you swear the information and testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you tell the court who you are and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sandra Torres, Torres.
Okay. And where do you currently live, city and state?
Anderson, South Carolina.
Okay. All right. And you understand what you're here for today, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're gonna talk about an incident that occurred on November 25th of 2020, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right. So you have to say yes or no because she's recording.
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. You don't know Chloe Driver prior to that date, correct?
No.
All right. So let's talk about what happened in November of 2020. You at that point in time were living where?
In Fairview.
Okay. And where is
North
that?
Carolina.
Okay. Where's that in relation to Asheville? What'd you guess?
10 minutes from each other.
Okay. All right. So tell us what you saw on November 25th of 2020.
Well, I was driving down the road to go get some lunch, and I seen these 2 guys chasing a young girl. So they were right in the middle of on the side of the road. I made a U-turn, came back. I wanted to see if she was okay because, she was running from them. And then they had got a hold of her and was dragging her back to the apartments that were right there.
Okay, was this a pretty busy intersection or area?
It's a 2-lane, so it's very small.
Okay.
It's busy usually at first thing in the morning, afternoon, school time, and then in the evenings.
But you were just driving down the road on your way to get lunch that day?
Yep, I was just cutting down that little road to go over to the Biltmore area to get lunch.
Okay. Is the young lady you saw running that day present, sitting over there?
I believe so. I mean, it all happened so fast.
Okay. And you said she was being chased by 2 men.
Yes.
Okay. And you remember what those men looked like, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. Can you describe what they looked like?
Well, one of them, in my opinion, looks like Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
And the other one was just a tall, blonde-headed
Sorry.
guy. I mean,
Which one was chasing this driver?
both.
Both of them.
Yes.
Do you recall which one actually physically grabbed her?
Well, they both were like on the side of her, like bringing her back to, because I had pulled over into the apartments there, and she had both of them on the side.
Based on what you had seen driving down the road, that created some level of concern for you, correct?
Oh, yes, because I made a U-turn.
Okay, and then you came back and saw them struggling over her?
Yes,
Okay, and there was still traffic in the area, correct?
yes.
All right, do you recall this driver's appearance that day? Like did you notice any emotions or anything that she was exhibiting?
She was very upset. She was yelling at me to help her child, that these people were kidnapping her. And, that's why I stood and waited. And then I called the law, 911.
Okay, so you called 911?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you, I think you talked about where you moved your vehicle?
Yeah, so where I was parked at, I had actually backed up because they were bringing her back towards the apartment. So I just parked in front of this row of cars,
Okay.
not knowing whose they were. I was just trying to, but I was still in my vehicle at that time. still.
And you saw them struggling over her, correct?
Yeah, both of them, yes,
All right.
struggling over her. And then she approached my vehicle, and then, what's his name? Benjamin? The dark-headed gentleman is the one that grabbed her again,
Okay,
right in front of she was standing at my doorway.
okay. And you recall her yelling certain things to you?
Yeah, help me. They're trying to kidnap. They got my daughter.
Okay.
Don't leave me. Call my mom.
Okay.
Call my parents. And she tried to give me the phone number.
Okay, and you recall that specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what were Mr. Ben Michael and Mr. Spillers doing in response to that? Do you recall?
Just they grabbed her and got her, trying to get her back in the house, and then she came back out of the house.
Okay, so she got back out of the house?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did she do next?
Come running back towards my vehicle. I had, like I said, called 911 already, and I was just waiting for the police to show up.
Okay, and what did you do with your vehicle?
It was still parked
Okay.
in front of the apartment there, which, I mean, I didn't know that was the apartment she was going to go to, but I was just parked in front of someone's apartment and had vehicles blocked in.
So you saw her being physically taken back into that apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually take it in there. And then Benjamin's one that yelled and said, she's having a panic attack.
Okay. Could you believe that at that
No,
time?
because I know people that have had panic attacks. She was yelling for help
Okay.
and to help her child.
All right, so you had already called 911?
Yes.
And you were still waiting for them to come?
Yes.
All right, and then what happened after she came out of that
So
apartment?
when she came out of the apartment, he come after her, Benjamin, or whatever his name is. So he came after her, grabbed her, and at that point was trying to put her into the vehicle, his vehicle, which I had blocked in, which I didn't know that. And she was fighting him off, yelling, screaming, fighting. And then here come another lady out of the house who had a baby.
Okay. And where did that lady go with the baby?
She was trying to get in the vehicle as they were trying to put her in the vehicle, and she was trying to grab her baby. So then now they're tug of warring with the baby. So I got out of my vehicle at that point.
Okay. And what did you do?
I went over, stuck my hand in the window and tried to grab the keys out of the ignition.
Did it seem like it was taking forever for law enforcement to show
Oh,
up?
definitely.
Okay.
Because it's like, okay, where are they? What's going on?
Did you get the impression that Ms. Driver in any way, shape, or form wanted to get into that vehicle with him?
No.
Okay. Was she still yelling at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what she was saying?
Just help me, help my baby. Don't let them take me. Call my parents.
Okay. All right. And so you tried to keep them from, well, your car had already blocked them in to a degree, correct?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to get those keys?
No.
Okay. And so what did Mr. Ben Michael do?
They got her in the vehicle. The other lady got in the vehicle. And then he got in he was in the driver's seat trying to maneuver the vehicle to get away.
Okay. And what happened to you as a result of him trying to do that?
So when he was trying to back up a little, back up, he ended up hitting me with his vehicle on my knee.
Okay. And you were injured because of that, or had a bruise?
I had a bruise and
Okay.
a cut. And then at that point, he had maneuvered the vehicle enough. He hit the car next to him, which was Peggy's car.
He hit Peggy's car.
Hit Peggy's car,
Okay.
went over an embankment that had plants and flowers and things, went over that and then was gone.
Okay. And were you concerned for Ms. Driver and the baby at that point?
Yeah, I believe I called 911 again, saying that they had took off with her and the baby. And then Peggy was still there and Jason was still there.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever punch Peggy?
No, she came around the vehicle and told me, you don't know what you've done. You don't know what kind of trouble you've caused. And I was like, well, I didn't know what to say, but she was up in my face, like right here. I did push her back.
Okay. But you never punched her
Oh,
or
no.
anything? Okay.
No.
Did you ever brandish a weapon?
Who?
You. Did you ever brandish a gun or a weapon at any
Oh,
of them?
no, I don't even believe in guns or, no,
All right. So if Mr. Spiller said that you were threatening him with a gun, that's not true.
never. There would be no way.
All
Never
right,
believe he
and
lied.
so, what do you recall happening after Mr. Ben Michael's car left?
Okay, so he was gone. There was a little white car there. Peggy had gotten the car, and then Jason came around my vehicle yelling and screaming at me, and then boom, hit me right in the face.
Okay.
Down I went.
Okay. And what do you remember next?
I don't know if I passed out or not. I think I was in shock. Just standing there. I think I was in so much shock.
Okay.
So I was just standing there still waiting for the
police.
police to show up.
Okay. And that white car left.
They both got in there and was gone.
Okay. And by both, you mean Mr. Spillers and
And Peggy, yes.
Okay. All right. So it's your testimony that Peggy got close enough to you and was yelling at you, accusing you of
Yes.
inserting yourself in someone else's business, I guess.
She just said, you don't know what kind of trouble you've caused now. And I didn't know what you meant by that, but
Okay.
I don't.
So if Mr. Spillers told this jury that you punched Peggy a couple different times, that's not true?
No, that is not true.
Were you ever arrested or charged with anything related to this incident?
No.
And Mr. Spillers and Miss, or Peggy, she goes by a couple different last names, left the scene?
Yes, they were gone.
Okay. And ultimately you gave a police report that day, correct?
Yes, I ended up, the fire truck came, the ambulance came, the police came, they took my information. There was 2 of the witnesses involved that seen everything that took place. And they asked if I wanted medical. I said I was, because my eye was already all red inside, and my nose was bleeding. And so I said, well, can you call the ambulance was there? But I told them that I was not going to go with them because they wanted me to leave my brand new vehicle right there in the parking lot.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you some exhibits that have been marked defense 21, 22, 23, and 24.
I don't blame her for not leaving her car where those people were living. Remember, Jason Spiller said
So
he
we're
did
going to talk about
put her
that
down.
one. Okay, so can you identify what defense 21 is?
Okay, so that is me right after, and I was sitting in my car, and that's when I was talking with the paramedics about what they wanted to do. But I was I just sat down back in my vehicle.
Okay. And that's from the date of the incident,
Yes.
correct? All right, so we're going to move to admit 21 through 24,
Mhm.
judge, and then publish to the jury. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so this is the picture from November the 25th, correct?
This would be the next day, yes.
Hi.
All right. If the date on the picture from your phone is from the 25th, the day of, does that refresh your recollection?
Okay, so that might have been that evening when I went home and showered and
Okay, all right.
everything then.
Wait, you're the one that took these pictures or have
Oh,
these
yes.
pictures? Okay. Were these pictures provided to law enforcement?
Oh, yes,
Okay, all right,
and the judge in the case.
okay. All right. This is going to be our next exhibit. Can you tell us what that picture is?
That's just, I just got out of the shower, so I can tell that. Just
How the injury,
the injury to my eye, my
Okay.
first black eye.
all right, and do you recall where Mr. Spiller specifically hit you?
Just boom, right in the hole. I mean, I didn't even see it coming. I wasn't expecting it. And so he just got me right in the side of the face.
Okay, and it was one punch that took you to the ground?
One punch.
Okay, all right. Go to the next one. Is that the one I have in front of you? The other one you have in front of you? Right there. Okay, all right. So this is from November 27th. And again, that's the
The next day.
next day. Okay. What kind of medical care did you have to receive for this?
Well, so I stopped. I left the scene, drove myself because they wanted to leave my vehicle there and they wouldn't move my vehicle and I didn't feel safe to have my vehicle sitting there. So I ended up leaving, went to urgent care right around the corner to have them look, and they told me this was an incident that I needed to go to the hospital for.
Okay.
So they actually went to Mission Hospital, and they got me in so quick, and they took x-rays of the face, and he had broken my eye socket, and he had my, what is that called? The orbit?
Orbital bone?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so basically he had broken everything in this side of my face.
Okay.
And he gave me, pain pills if I needed them for the pain and ice.
Okay.
And then I had to follow up a couple different specialists to see if I needed surgery.
Okay. Did you end up needing surgery?
No.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you the next one. And then obviously this is on November the 30th. So again, just the progression of the
Yeah.
injury. So you're in this one, you can see the bruise to your jaw.
It was the whole thing. He only hit me one time.
Okay.
So, and then it ended up bruising all.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
And Mr. Spillers previously testified about this particular incident. You immediately made this report to law enforcement.
This is a defense, but that's not the defendant, Flash Fan. This is the woman who saw Chloe, Chloe, the defendant, when she ran out into the street trying to escape. And Jason Spillers, the wonderful man that we saw on the stand Monday. Monday. I don't know what day it is. Him, and then the Z, who was Chloe's husband, I don't know that they were legally married, grabbed her and then drug her back, put her in the car. That's when Z put her in the car and left. And then this is the woman that Jason Spiller said he put down on the ground, so nice and sweet, by breaking her orbital bone and her eye socket. It was great for her, I'm sure. She was the one that tried to stop it. And he also kept repeating that she had displayed a weapon. And she's like, I don't even have them. I don't believe in them. So he kept saying, I was threatened. I was threatened with violence. I was threatened with violence. He's such a truthful, kind, gentle man. We saw that in the text messages we read at the end of the day that day. He's great.
Correct?
Oh, yes.
All right. And they took your report and ended up taking warrants for the individuals in this
Yes.
case.
For
Correct.
Peggy, because she was right up in my face. I mean, like, for assault. And then, of course, Jason for assault, and Benjamin because he hit me with his vehicle.
Okay.
And as far as I know, they haven't even been served to this still.
Okay. And you were never charged with anything, correct?
Oh, no.
All right. And it's your testimony today that you never brandished a weapon or assaulted Peggy
No.
in whatsoever. You're not a drug user, correct?
No.
Okay. And you weren't drunk or out of your mind on this
Oh, no,
particular day too?
I am, whenever any of us girls go out, I am the designated driver because I do not drink.
Okay.
And I just never have.
So Mr. Spiller, your case with Mr. Spiller's is.
And that's the other thing that Mr. Spillers accused her of being drunk and belligerent and reeking of alcohol. And she's like, another thing I don't do. But yeah, nope, she, as far as I know, Flash Fan does not partake in the, she's not you're in, she's you're out. No thanks. The next one might, though.
Been resolved, correct?
Yes, we finally got him. He was in California on charges out there. They finally brought him back here. And we finally did court, I guess, maybe 6 months ago.
Okay, all right. And
He pleaded guilty.
He pled guilty?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you didn't have to testify in a trial or anything else like
nothing.
that? Okay. Did anybody in this particular case, aside from myself and Mr. Kessler, contact you about what happened on the 25th of November?
No.
Okay, you don't recall, you never spoke to anybody from the Canton Police Department or from the District Attorney's Office, correct?
Okay, not for what happened that day.
Okay.
But then, like I said, I didn't know anyone. So.
Okay, so you didn't know any of these people leading up to that?
I still didn't know nothing for probably the first week.
Okay.
And then I found out about Jason, living 5 minutes from me. And
okay, so you because you didn't know any of these people, you weren't necessarily able to provide law enforcement on the 25th with their names or anything like that.
nothing.
You were just able to give them information related to the vehicles that they were driving,
Right.
correct? All
I
right.
took pictures and had tag numbers.
Okay. And in your mind, what you saw that day, did you believe that Miss Driver was in distress
Oh, yes.
and that she was being chased by these individuals?
And kidnapped, yes.
Okay. And you just felt like you needed to intervene or help this young lady?
Yeah, I just, two men chasing a woman, and it's just in my nature. I don't know. I mean, it's a valuable lesson that I learned the hard way. But I do it again? Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Didn't
All
figure.
right. You can step down. Thank you, ma'am.
What do you ask her? I did not figure there would be any cross-examination there. Also, I'm sorry, I'm like looking the other direction. So Court TV has the thing up for the verdict, but it's listed as coming up for tomorrow. So I'm trying to find it without finding it. You know what I mean? I want to see it when you guys see it. So yeah, no questions. What do you say? Are you sure it was Jason Spillers who allegedly broke your eye socket? He was such a gentleman up here. We just can't believe it. Also, you're a woman, so he doesn't believe you. All right, so this witness is Gabriella. I cannot say her last name, so I won't try to. I don't remember what her new name was. But she used to be part of that. I think she is out now. So hopefully she is safe and hopefully she's clear in her mind and doing well. We'll see what she has to say.
Okay. Before you sit down, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear the information testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Okay. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Gabriella Kuykendall. My last name is spelled Kuykendall.
Okay.
Yes, definitely not our Gabby. That's why she said, that is not me, just so you all know. Definitely not our Gabby. Our Gabby would never drink her own urine.
And how do you know Miss Driver?
I met her through Benjamin about, I want to say, maybe 5 years ago when I met her.
Okay.
Or longer than that now.
Now, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. You've been talked about already in this case. Are you the first wife of Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
I met him in 2013, and we had met at a March Against Monsanto rally that we were both trying to create. Sorry, I'm a little nervous up here. I don't speak well in front of people. But we were organizing the rally together, and that's where I met him.
Okay. How old were you when you met him?
I was 17.
Do you know how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 33.
Okay. And you met him and you at this, I guess, activism type rally, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how did your relationship progress from there?
It quickly became very emotional. I pretty much immediately, within a few months, became his girlfriend, and then a couple months later moved in with him at his parents' house.
Okay. When did he declare you to be his wife?
Probably like a year or so after I met him.
Okay. Did he give you a name as well?
Yes, he gave me the name Ilioma.
Okay. How would you spell that?
Ayliomah.
Did people just call you Oma for short?
I went by Eily, and then once I had my daughter, our daughter, mine and Benjamin's, I just went by Oma, and we gave her the name Eily.
Eily. Okay. And when you first met him, you said you were living at his parents' house. Or staying with his parents' house?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how that relationship progressed. Like, were you both working, doing anything like that?
No, neither of us were working. He was loosely affiliated with a financial group called Primerica. It was like a life insurance investment company, but that he didn't really make any money through that. It's like an MLM sort of thing.
What drew you to him?
Well, I'd never really met anyone like him before. he just knew a lot about like spirituality and, religious sort of doctrine, I guess. And just, I was very naive at the time when I met him, so I never really heard any of those concepts before.
Was he kind of your first serious relationship?
He was my first serious relationship.
Okay, so you quickly moved in together, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about what happened pretty quickly within your relationship with how he treated you.
Well, things pretty quickly had gotten like controlling. He would just, kind of alienate me from my family and my friends, and just kind of.
Okay, did he impose certain rules upon you or things that you had to live by?
You mean like early on, or?
Yeah, I mean about your ability to go out in public or hang out with other people.
Well, I mean, at first we just went out together and there was really no problem. But at a certain point, he, if I wanted to go see my friends or my family, he didn't want me to do that.
Okay. Did you have limitations on any of your cell phones, emails, or social media?
Yes, absolutely. I primarily used like Facebook Messenger to talk to like people that I knew, like my friends from high school and stuff. And he would always be controlling the conversation, or whenever I talked to my sister, which is mainly the only person in my family he would let me talk to, he would be right there. The phone would be on speaker and he would be telling me what to say, basically. Like I couldn't actually have a real conversation with anyone.
Did he go through your phone frequently?
Yeah,
Did he-
absolutely.
Did he take your phone away from you at times?
At times, yeah, when he thought, like when I wasn't like really happy, like being there with him and I might want to leave, he would like take my phone so I wouldn't be able to leave and call anyone or text anyone to come get me.
Okay. And you said he monitored your social media or your emails as well?
Yeah.
At what point did your relationship turn physically abusive?
I would say within the first 6 months.
Okay. What are some of the things that you experienced with him?
Well, he would, hit me. There's this one instance, it was one of the worst, I would say, where I wanted to leave. And he had took duct tape and duct taped my entire torso to where I couldn't really breathe very well. And he had just started like beating my face like really bad, open-handed, not close-handed, but he just open-handed. I was like just seeing the light.
Okay. And there were some other incidents as well, some of that which got reported to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a police report about the time where he had me in his basement, and he basically told me that he was going to kill me, and he had a machete to my throat, and he just went into detail like how he was going to do it and how he was going to get away with it. No one would ever know, and I was convinced at the time. It was very frightening. And his father came downstairs because he had heard probably me crying or something. And he, got involved. And then Benjamin kept his father and his mother and me all hostage and wouldn't let us use the phones to call the police.
Okay. After the machete incident, why didn't you leave?
It was just one of those like back and forth sort of like codependent.
I think she said she was the first wife, Gabby. And so that took place in his parents' basement, and then he held him hostage. He's a winner. Him and Jason Spillers, 2 peas in a pod.
Toxic relationships, and it was really hard to get away because every time I left, I felt like empty, like I had no purpose to live. I just like would want to kill myself. And so like he was like my main source of like everything, just like my reason to live. At a certain point, I was absolutely completely dependent on him emotionally.
When you would leave, would you?
So, Flashman, I think what she said was his dad heard it and came down to intervene, and then he ended up holding all of them like hostage. The son did, down the basement. But just think about that. She couldn't even leave because when she did, she felt like she had zero purpose and needed to self-delete. These people were not nice to these women. Sorry. They can claim how well they treated their women and everything like that, like Mr. Spillers did on the stand. They were not kind. Because I can tell you, so Chloe in the hospital, went like 2 days after this incident, the defendant told, well, she didn't tell because she couldn't speak. So she had to write, that she talked about physical abuse, about how, if you don't do everything just perfect, that he would come in. He would not do anything until there was, I think she said 4 other people present or 4 people present. I don't know if that was him and the 3 wives. And then he would physically abuse her. So I think there was a lot of control in this situation, which there generally is.
All start talking or texting again, and
Yeah, I would leave and I would try to not talk to him, and then at a certain point I would, he would just be incessantly messaging me. Usually is how that happened, and I would just text him back. I'd be triggered and I would just text him back, and then he had a way of sucking me right back in.
okay. Did he proclaim you to be one of his wives before or after the machete incident? Do you recall?
I believe it was after that.
Did he make any kind of demands to you about wanting to have children with you or others?
Yeah, he said the only way that I could be his wife exclusively is if I had a child with him in the next year. He kind of gave me like a time limit for that.
Okay.
It's just
And
weird.
so you ended up getting pregnant with your daughter?
Yeah, I believe within that time frame. Yeah.
Okay. After you got pregnant with your daughter, was he still emotionally or physically abusive with you?
Always emotionally abusive. Physically, it kind of dwindled a little bit because, I was pregnant at that point, and there was a few instances where he would like to suffocate me. And that happened once that I remember while I was pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you were pregnant, you kind of continued on this nomadic lifestyle, correct?
Yeah, we were just kind of all over the East Coast, just bouncing around from couch to couch. And right before, a few months before I gave birth to my daughter, we stayed at his parents' house and kind of settled in there. And I decided that I would get, I would see a prenatal doctor for, to make sure everything was okay, because he didn't want me to have any prenatal care or give birth in a hospital or anything like that.
Okay, so you kind of tried to take the lead on that
Oh
one.
yeah, at a certain point I started realizing it was like I had a real person that I was about to create, and that they needed that sort of thing.
Okay. During this time, even continuing into your pregnancy, were you still not allowed to go out on your own, or did he regularly check your phone or still control who you talked to or communicated with?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Same with social media or email?
Yeah, that never really changed until the end, when I started gaining more self-confidence and really realizing that I could leave really the relationship.
Okay. And so you had your daughter in August of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you go from there? Where did you go stay?
We pretty much immediately left his parents' house, and we kind of bounced around for a little bit, I think 2 weeks or so, just couch surfing, friends we knew. And then we ended up at Jerry's house, Jerry Ablin.
Okay. And how long were you at Jerry's house, do you think?
We were there a couple of months, at least 2-3 months.
Okay. And to clarify with you, you were his first wife, technically, correct?
Mhm.
But you are somebody different that left Mr. Ablin's house at a different time. You only know about that through other parties, correct?
I only know about what through the.
Someone else leaving Mr. Ablin's house in a different way. We're not talking, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about your overall relationship. You're still living this kind of nomadic lifestyle. You had your daughter. Was he allowing you to take your daughter places or get any type of early care?
I believe we went to the doctor once after she was born because DCF had gotten involved immediately at the hospital because his mother was there and told them like he was crazy. And so they immediately got involved, and we went to a doctor's appointment because we had to for the DCF case. And then we just left and sort of abandoned the case. And okay.
What was the first time you went to leave Mr. Ben Michael? What was the precipitating incident that finally, at least for that first time, got you away from him?
You mean after I had my daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Because before that, I tried to leave many times and did leave and would, go back and forth. But let's see, I guess the straw that broke the camel's back would be when I was staying at Jerry's house with him, and my sister came down for a visit, and he was trying to rope her into the whole polyamory thing. And it's one thing for, it just crossed the line for me with my sister to have her have to deal with that sort of thing.
Was that the first time that your sister kind of got an inside look into the life that you had been leading with him?
No, she knew very well. Like when I would leave him at certain points, I told her everything that happened,
But ultimately, you would be drawn right back to him, kind of based on the bond that you had with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever, and this is a personal question, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues or anything like that? Okay. And when this incident with your sister, and he, I guess, invited your sister to be part of your group, how did you manage to get away from him on that particular occasion?
Well, yeah, my sister was there, so she had a car, and she was very, emotionally supportive of me leaving him. And so, I just told him we were leaving. At that point, I felt like I could, and I said, we're leaving. I'm leaving with my sister, and I just left.
Okay, but yet prior to that, you didn't have a car or anything else on your own?
Yeah, no, prior to that, it was just like me and him, or, we'd be at Jerry's house, so he would be there, but, there was no leaving, there was no going anywhere, like, unless I just took my daughter and walked away, and then that would be pretty difficult.
Okay, so you left with your sister and your daughter that particular time. How long were you away from him at that point?
I think I stayed away from him for about a month or so, and I moved into a farm in Florida, and I tried to establish some roots for myself and become financially stable and not have to rely on him. And then, he's just threatening me with, taking my daughter away and stuff like that, getting the courts involved. He said, oh, when we're done with you, you're going to be left drooling in a mental institution, stuff like that. And it scared me. I was like, I don't know what could happen. If he paid someone enough money, a good lawyer or whatever, I don't know what he could convince someone of, because he's very convincing. But yeah, so what was the original question?
So how did you end up going back to him with your daughter after that?
Oh, so yeah, we had been talking, and I didn't want to burden the people whose farm I was staying at. I didn't want to burden them with this crazy person, so I just left. And we stayed in Florida, in Tampa, and we lived in a tent, just like homeless, with pretty much nothing.
Okay. What drew you back to him at that point in time?
Really just was incessant about wanting to see his daughter. And, as we spent some time apart, I thought, maybe it'd be okay if he saw her and, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know.
When you were apart from him, how would you describe how you felt inside, or what kind of feelings did you experience when you were not around him?
Well, for a really long time, I would just feel like empty, like I had absolutely no reason to continue on. And he always made me tried to make me think that about myself, that I was nothing without him. And he was the entire purpose for my existence, basically.
And at times you were feeling suicidal?
Oh, absolutely. There are many times.
Okay. And so you are living with your daughter and him in a tent in Florida. How old was your daughter at that time?
She was about 6 months old.
Okay. And kind of what was the next, I guess, red flag or thing that happened with you in that regard?
Well, just after years of nothing ever really changing, and us always struggling so badly, and we were just, living in this tent. We had nothing. We were beggars, and we had hardly anything to eat at really any point. My daughter was exclusively breastfeeding, so she was getting what she needed, but I could barely get by. It was just draining it out of me. And there's only so long, someone can do that for before they become malnourished. So I just reached out to my dad and I said, please just come get me. I need to get out of this situation. This is it wasn't really rock bottom because there have been worse points, but that was a really low point.
Okay. Did he, during this time that you got back together with him, did he make threats about your daughter if you had left again, or what he would do?
Well, yeah, the last time that I actually ever saw him and that he saw our daughter, I was with Chloe and we were on a trip going to Asheville. And it was over the course of 3 days, and he had made threats that he would take my daughter and just disappear with her and I would never see her again. And that just scared me so bad. I was like, oh, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. I'm not going to let that happen. So after that, I vowed to never see him again. And that's how it's been so far.
Okay. And you currently have a case pending in the state of Tennessee with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And because you've remarried, correct?
Yes.
All right. And your current husband is trying to adopt your daughter, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that your motivation for being here today, or trying to help Ms. Driver at all?
No. Actually, when I told my lawyer about this to make sure it was okay that I came here and there was no conflict of interest or anything like that, I said, oh, would you like to speak to her lawyer to just get a better idea of, who this guy is that we're dealing with? And he said, no, that there's, no reason. We have all we need for our court case because it's just simply based on his abandonment of his daughter. So there's really, and the fact that I feel guilty, because Chloe tried to reach out to me a few times, and I just, I spoke with her and kind of told her how my relationship with Benjamin went, but I just felt like I wasn't getting through to her and that she would just kind of have to learn on her own, and I feel really guilty about not trying to help her more.
Okay. So, you have not seen or talked to Benjamin since when?
We have spoken a few times over the course of the last like 6.5, 7 years since he's seen his daughter. Just mainly like through text or email, and just very limited, you know.
Is it about your daughter,
Uh,
generally speaking?
Not really, never really about her, you know. But yeah.
Okay, so you know, left this relationship with your daughter and kind of didn't look back at this last time, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then you got a call from the Canton Police Department on December 14th of 2020, correct?
Yep.
All right. And in that phone call, you kind of learned about this whole circumstance, correct?
Yes.
And you provided Detective Cruz at that time all of the information regarding your relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
Yep.
And kind of talked to him or her about your relationship with him and how things ended and that kind of thing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Did you tell Detective Cruz anything about you being concerned about a potential abuse against Chloe? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you remember talking to Detective Cruz in that phone call about that you had been concerned about Chloe or that she might have been being abused?
Hello, Ada K. I know you probably have already covered this. We're just going to catch a couple witnesses and then go to the verdict, just so I can kind of wrap it up. Hope you are doing well and everything's going great.
Yeah, when I first got the call, I thought that Benjamin had, because she didn't tell me exactly what happened, and I just thought Benjamin had killed Chloe. That was my first thought because of his abusive nature. So I thought maybe it got out of hand, and yeah.
Okay. And you know, you've talked to us today about some of the incidents of physical abuse, but is it fair to say that's just a small snippet of what you actually endured in that time that you were with him?
Yeah, there were multiple instances of abuse that went on.
Did you feel like that you were free to leave whenever you wanted?
Not really. I mean, there were good points, I guess, like just like more normal points where I guess his mental illness like would kind of relax, and then there would be points where it would ramp up like really bad, and he would just start acting totally crazy, like talking in tongues and screaming and, you know, being abusive physically. And so it was really at those points that I wanted to leave. And that's when he would have more of a grip on, like, he could tell that I wanted to leave, so he would be more controlling at those points.
Okay. Is he still trying to, I guess, take your daughter away is not the right word, but is he still trying to kind of manipulate that relationship with you?
But you mean manipulate?
Well, when you filed this adoption case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he turned around and filed something different.
He wanted like visitation, like after like 6.5 years of not seeing my daughter or even asking to see her.
Yeah, that'd be a no.
So he wanted visitation, and so I immediately filed the adoption.
But he hasn't seen your daughter in 6+ years, I guess.
No, and after after the whole incident with Chloe and him happened, and things kind of cooled down over a month or so, I told him that he could see his daughter for some reason, and so it was just over 9 months that I was telling him we were trying to make plans where he would come and see her. He's like, oh, I just need to get my RV fixed. And it was always like an excuse. It was like 9 months later after that incident that he never saw her during that entire time, even though I was like 100% like open and willing to it. And so at that point I was like, yeah, I just stopped talking to him because it wouldn't be right for him to just go in and out of my daughter's life like that.
During this time period, have you kind of tried to live off the radar to avoid contact with him or him being able to find out where you are?
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm constantly thinking about like at any point if he might show up, and try to take my daughter or hurt me,
In your experience with him and trying to leave, he would basically tell you that you would never see your daughter again, or he would take steps that way to make
Oh,
sure
yeah.
that happened?
Yeah, there are multiple instances where he threatened that I would never see my daughter either because, he would win in the courts or he would physically take her, like abduct her and take her away from me, and I would never be able to find him or my daughter.
But it's your testimony here today that your experience with him in the relationship, you endured physical abuse.
Yeah.
Okay. And emotional and mental abuse as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And that he controlled your phone, who you talked to, who you spoke to, wrote emails to, or connected with on social media, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And that was kind of one of the rules that you had to live by to be in that relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that it took you several different times of leaving and coming back before you were finally able to break away from that, correct?
Yeah. It was a terrible cycle of leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back.
Okay. And to this day, what do you attribute as to the reason why you were finally able to get away from him entirely?
I guess I would say, well, that one instance with my sister, that really helped having her there physically to help me leave physically and just emotionally. But I guess over the last few times that I kind of left, and then I would come back and ultimately left him for good. I think I had just gained like self-confidence in that area, like that I realized that I could actually do that. And that, that I could, I guess.
In your kind of determination to become self-confident and get away from him, when you were with him, did he make you feel like that you were nothing without him or you couldn't succeed without him?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just have a moment? Yes. I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
How do you cross our state?
How are you?
Guess we're gonna find out.
Is it Kai Kendall?
Yeah.
You referenced that. What did you call him? Benjamin?
No, I called him Z. I just call him Benjamin now.
Z. Okay. And you used the word to describe him as crazy, and you talked about sort of his mental illness. Do you know about? And you referenced his mom at the hospital, telling the hospital something. What did they tell him about his mental illness?
What did who tell? Or like his mom? What did his mom tell me?
Sure. What do you know about him being diagnosed with a mental illness?
Well, when I first got together with him, he was with another woman, Jennifer. I don't remember her last name, but they had been together. They had met at an institution, mental institution, and he was on medicine at the time for what I believe is schizoaffective bipolar disorder, is what she told me. And so they were together for 2 years while he was fully medicated. And then, he was just stable, had a job, and, they were engaged to get married, like a monogamous relationship. And then he stopped taking his medicine, even though I believe it was court ordered is what she had told me. It was court ordered for him to be medicated. And so he had stopped taking it and just became a totally different person.
Okay. So he had been diagnosed with a mental illness.
Yes, from what she said and from what his mother has said, yes.
Okay. And you referenced the fact that there were a couple of things. When you talked to Detective Cruz in December of 2020, have you had a chance to listen to that interview?
I did.
Okay. And one of the things that you told her is one of the main reasons you left is because you wanted your child to be able to go to the doctor.
Yeah,
Okay. And then you also told her that him trying to sort of recruit your sister as one of his second wives crossed a line, and
yeah, that crossed the line for me.
that also sort of motivated you to leave. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Okay. And you told Detective Cruz that you had only ever met Chloe one time. Is that right?
yeah.
Okay. And was that what you referenced earlier when you were talking about?
That Asheville trip we went on, yeah. It was like,
When was that?
Oh, I don't know. My daughter was around just over a year old when that trip happened, so that would have been 2017, like
Okay.
sometime in the summer.
All right. So the one and only time you ever met Chloe Driver was in 2017?
Yeah.
And you referenced the fact that at certain points when you left him that you wanted to commit suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've never been diagnosed with any type of mental illness?
No.
Was that based on the reality that you were living in with him, that you wanted to end your life?
I just think he drives women to just not even necessarily women, men too, but predominantly women. He just drives them to such a crazy point with all these crazy ideas that he puts in their head, making them question everything about reality, which isn't necessarily like a bad thing, but then it's like your reality is totally like broken apart, and then he starts connecting all these dots for you and like starts controlling the way you think, if that helps.
Okay.
Not the state.
But that was based on your experiences were based on the real things that you experienced with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Not based on any delusions in your mind, based on things
yeah,
that you
no,
actually
yeah.
experienced.
Exactly, yeah.
And is it fair to say, I know you said you only met Chloe one time in 2017. It's fair to say you don't know what her mental state was in December of 2020.
I really have no idea.
And you referenced sort of, I think you said you'd go back and forth, you'd leave him, you'd come back, you'd leave him, you'd come back. During that period of time, did you ever cause any harm to your child?
No.
And you indicated that back in 2020, when Detective Cruz called you, isn't it true that you told her that you didn't have any knowledge of his treatment of Chloe at all?
I didn't, only just from what I've heard from other people,
Okay.
Brett to Bar, I think at that point, that's the only person.
Okay, you can't tell me what anybody else said, but from your own, every witness has to testify about their own personal knowledge, what they saw with their own eyes, heard with their own ears.
Gotcha.
From your personal knowledge,
Mhm.
you told Detective Cruz that you didn't have any information about his treatment of Chloe Driver, right?
No, I had never seen or heard anything.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that she had reached out to you, but that you didn't feel like you could get through to her. Is that the
Yeah,
language
I
you
tried
used?
to explain like my situation, like my relationship with him and the abusiveness and psychological torment. And I just don't think, at that point she could like realize that was what was even, or maybe it wasn't happening at that point to her. I don't know. But she did reach out to me a couple of times. So maybe that's when that started for her and him, between them.
Okay. But your perspective at that point was that she was still choosing to stay in that situation?
Yeah, in that situation. I mean, she had left. There was at least one point where she went to her parents' house and she had left. And she had called me when she was away from him, or at least I think she was. He could have been next to her, and he could have been telling her what to say, just to get things out of me. I don't really know.
Okay. And when is the last time that you talked to Z?
I think it was when was like over a year ago at this point. He called me because he thought I was going up to Connecticut, and so he called me and just to talk, and it quickly turned into just screaming.
Okay. So you don't maintain any kind of a relationship with him?
No.
Do you know where he lives?
I mean, I think his like physical address is like 425 Fall Mountain Road.
But he doesn't.
He doesn't actually really live there. He'll go back there sometimes.
All right. Fair to say that from your knowledge, he still has a lifestyle where he doesn't have roots.
Yeah.
Okay. You referenced that you and him lived in a tent at one point with your infant.
Yes.
Okay. But nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Questions? Thank you.
We're done.
Any reason to keep the witness? Thank you. You can be excused. All right, so we are going to conclude for the day.
A day. Sad but true. Sad but true. Although they didn't ask her if she drank her urine. It was a very yellow tie, which is going to be not good for some people. All right. So I don't know why if the state was trying to say, well, you didn't do it, so she shouldn't have done it. Okay. You didn't hurt your child. You just left. So she should not have hurt her child. She should have just left. So this doctor is supposedly an independent witness. I really, really, really just want to play, I guess, what would be this defense cross, because for me, it ties it all back in. But it's not. Let's see, it's not like super long. You know what, Flash fan? I guess not. She's supposedly not brought by other side. I'm not sure. She just says that she's an independent witness and does not say, the other ones all said state witness or defense witness, and she just says independent witness. So I guess they're alluding to she's not there for anybody. Like, I don't know if maybe there's a Georgia thing that neither side called her. It just says independent witness. That, to me, an independent witness is not called by either side. So you don't have the how much are you getting paid to be here questions. But that's me. I'm not an attorney, and I certainly do not know Georgia law. And I do have her sped up. If she's too fast, let me know, because I forgot to speed the last people up, and they were talking very slow.
All right, and Ms. Roper, I'll let you proceed.
Good morning.
We've stipulated to your qualification as an expert, but because the jury's had the benefit of hearing from other experts and their background, could you tell the jury a little bit about your education and experience with regard to forensic psychology?
Yes, can I just ask, is this too loud? Am I
Nope.
vibrating anyone's eardrums?
I think it's okay.
Okay,
If you're uncomfortable.
thank you. My undergraduate degree is from Georgia College and State University. I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in psychology. My graduate training is from Georgia School of Professional Psychology at Argosy, Atlanta. Throughout my graduate training, we're first required to become generalists as psychologists. So we all have very similar training in terms of our graduate school training. However, during all of my practicum and in-person kind of hands-on learning opportunities, I focused on evaluation and assessment. So that has been where my training has primarily focused. My residency was at Mississippi State Hospital, which is right outside of Jackson, Mississippi. In Mississippi, it's similar to Georgia Regional. It's the state psychiatric hospital where individuals are treated for severe and pervasive mental illness, including individuals who have been forensically committed or who have been found in need of treatment to be restored to competency, or are being housed after being found not guilty by reason of insanity. So my residency included forensic rotation on a forensic ward where I provided group and individual counseling for competency restoration, as well as involvement in evaluations to determine both competency to stand trial and criminal responsibility. During that time, I also completed an external private rotation that focused on the similar referral questions. Since that time, I came back to Georgia, completed my postdoctoral training at Georgia Psychological, which is where I was employed when I initially conducted this evaluation. Throughout my time there, I served as clinical director over a small clinic of approximately 5 assessors, evaluators. Most of my work there involved juvenile court, as well as some family court, and some cases similar to this one. All of my experience since completing my graduate training has involved evaluation and assessment. So that is kind of where my expertise lies.
Okay. And when you use the terminology evaluation and assessment, what do you mean by that?
Psychological evaluation, psychosexual risk offender evaluations, domestic violence, substance abuse, questions regarding parental fitness or risk for child abuse, as well as criminal responsibility. Also, the question that is before this court, whether someone is criminally responsible, although those do come to us far less frequently because they are not presented to the court in as higher numbers as we see these other referral questions.
Okay. So the criminal responsibility assessments you do come in smaller numbers than the other types of
far smaller numbers, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to talk to you a little bit about your evaluation in this case. The court's kind of told the jury that the law provides that a neutral third-party doctor will conduct an evaluation. So we've never worked together before. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And you completed a 38-page report in this case, right?
There you go. Independent witness, neutral third party. That is what she is. So neither side called her. She's a neutral third party.
That is correct.
And tell the jury a little bit about what you reviewed in this case in terms of collateral documentation, apart from your actual evaluation of Ms. Driver.
Okay. For this case, I received extensive collateral documentation. I received, I believe it was approximately 1,200 pages of documentation pertaining to medical treatment. I received what I believe were all of the interviews of the parties who were present at the time that the alleged event occurred, including the interviews with Mr. Benjamin Ben McHale, the 2 ladies who were present in the home, Jessica and Sarah. I received interviews of Ms. Driver herself that were conducted by Detective Cruz, and I received the police narratives of all of those interviews as well as the actual interview itself. I also received some documentation of a handful of calls that were placed from the jail. I did not receive previously completed evaluations.
Okay. And your statement about not receiving previously completed evaluations at the time that you were conducting your evaluation, what was the reason for that?
So I'm not sure if they would have been provided to me or not, but I did request in this case that they not be provided to me, given that my role was to be a neutral evaluator. So I did not want to see the work of a previous evaluator and their conclusions.
Okay. And so did you conduct your evaluation and review of the material and complete the 38-page report, having no idea what the other doctors in the case had found?
So I was told that at the onset of the case, I was told that Ms. Driver.
Dare, the reason why I think it's important is because there's several doctors that were called in this case. There's a point in the defense questioning that ties them all together. I'll be honest, I haven't had time to go watch all the doctors, but the one that I did watch, and the reason I didn't play him is because most of his testimony to me is like speculation, because he's like, well, maybe it was this time. He didn't really know the timeline of stuff because Chloe couldn't ask questions. She had to write everything out. So she could either mouth the answer or she had to write it down. And they were putting up statements or questions that she made, and he didn't know the question before that or what even made her make the statement or answer or whatever. So But even he said that she stated in there that she was trying to get out. She felt like she had no other way to get out. And that narrative of hers doesn't ever change, at least from what we have heard so far from the state witnesses themselves. That statement has not changed from her. So I think she's important. She's independent. And I think it'll kind of just bring it all together, and then we'll go get the verdict. So don't worry. We're getting there. I know you probably already know, Adair. I know you.
Had been evaluated twice, and that both evaluators agreed that she was suffering from severe mental illness, had a significant mental health history, but that they had differing opinions in some areas.
Okay. But beyond that, you had not reviewed their reports, and
No.
specifically requested that you not receive them so you could conduct your independent analysis?
That is correct.
All right. And did you also, as part of your review of this case, receive information about things like her cell phone searches?
I did.
Okay. And any other potential video documentation?
I received a video that was taken, I believe, by Ms. Driver or by someone with Ms. Driver that occurred during what appeared to be a point where her daughter had been taken from her, and she was not with her daughter and was attempting to go to a place to meet the father in order to be with her daughter.
Okay. I want to talk to you about your evaluation, your actual evaluation of Ms. Driver and your interaction with her.
Actually, can I add one more additional?
Yeah.
That I did not mention. I apologize. I also received what I believe was a transcript. I'm sorry, not a transcript, but an audio recording of her conversation that appeared to have been taped by Mr. Benjamin McHale, where he had recorded various statements she had made in the time leading up to the alleged events.
Okay. And after you review, any idea how much time you spent reviewing all of that collateral documentation?
I would say between 10 and 16 hours.
Okay. And after did you review all that before you went to meet with Ms. Driver?
I did not review all of it before I went to meet with her. I believe that I had received it and had reviewed some, but I had not reviewed all of it before I met with her. Much of it was also reviewed multiple times.
Okay. And you, on page 19 of your report, you discussed sort of your behavioral observations and mental status of Ms. Driver when you actually went to go see her at the Cherokee County Adult Detention Center?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that you notated in your report that you found Ms. Driver to be of above average intelligence?
I believe her to be of above average intelligence, yes.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
Well, she, reported to have done well in school and excelled academically before she dropped out, but also her communication is very sophisticated. Her language, her use of words, her vocabulary and use of vocabulary in conversation is, I believe, to be above average, as well as she's very articulate and detailed in describing things in a manner that would be consistent with at least average, more than likely above average intelligence.
Okay. You also indicated in your report that she was very much aware of the legal details surrounding her case. What did you mean by that?
She was very much aware that I would be conducting a third evaluation. She was very much aware that she had been evaluated previously on 2 different occasions. She was very much aware that my report would not be confidential, that it would be provided to the court, to the attorneys. She was very much aware of how to reach her attorney should she need to do so. She was also aware in a manner that was quite unique for someone in her situation, in that she spontaneously articulated that 3 years had passed since the offense occurred, alleged offense, and she recalled in much greater detail in terms of her own symptoms and what was going through her mind at the time in far greater detail in the previous evaluations that occurred sooner after the alleged event. So she herself had some concerns regarding, I guess the appropriate word would be the validity of this evaluation, given that so much time had passed.
Okay. And did you notate in your report sort of your lack of concerns with regard to her memory and her ability to recount certain things?
I perceived her to be able to recall things in great detail. I perceived her memory to be, she was able to articulate very things well and seemed to have a very vivid memory for the circumstances leading up to the alleged offense.
All right. And I want to talk to you a little bit about your report as it relates to sort of getting background information about Ms. Driver before you kind of got into the substance of the offense and her mental state surrounding the offense. What did she describe to you about her childhood?
She described basically that she had grown up. She didn't use the word loving. It seemed as though her home may have not been particularly There may not have been a lot of overtly expressed affection, but she seemed to perceive that she was well cared for, did not describe abuse by her parents, and perceived that her needs and most of her wants were provided.
Okay. She described herself as being boy crazy.
Yes,
Okay. She told you about moving in with boyfriends when she was 15 years old and then with a second boyfriend in 2017.
yes, she described herself as being a difficult child to parent.
Okay. And she reported to you a lot of history of drug use, cocaine, ecstasy, MDMA.
She did report an extensive drug use starting at a very early age.
Okay. And she indicated that she had gotten some of those drugs from her boyfriends, but also gotten some of those drugs from her brothers.
I believe primarily her boyfriend, her brothers maybe on a couple of occasions was my perception.
Okay. And she reported to you also that she was sexually abused by both of her brothers.
She didn't use those terms explicitly. It seemed that something had occurred. It didn't seem that she perceived it to be a malicious intent.
Okay. She told you that her brothers didn't know what they were doing when they hurt
Yes.
her. Okay. Specifically with regard to her relationship history with the two boyfriends she lived with prior to meeting Benjamin, isn't it true that she told you that she was becoming increasingly spiritual while she was dating them and feeling guilty about the life decisions she was making?
She did.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, obviously she told you she met Benjamin and she started a relationship with him when she was 17. Is that right?
Correct.
What did she tell you about sort of the relationship dynamics or the cult dynamics involving Jessica and Sarah and their feelings toward one another?
I believe her language, and I'd have to look back at my writing to be 100% accurate, but I believe the language that she used was that they came on soon after her, and initially she was okay with it. It seemed that contention primarily surfaced after the birth of her daughter when she wanted to live as a family.
Okay. And just with regard to language, is it fair to say that on page 26 of your report, she told you that by the time the baby was 7 or 8 months old, she hated the other wives because they wanted to have a child with Z, and they hated her because she had a child with him first?
Correct.
And isn't it true that she expressed to you multiple times that you document in your report her desire for stability and her desire to be able to give Hannah a normal life?
Correct.
And one of the things that you document in your report is that he had kept promising her that he would give her a house and a community to raise her baby in.
Yes.
And did that seem to be of significant importance to her surrounding the dynamics of that relationship?
It did.
Okay. Isn't it true that in your evaluation of her, she had an extensive amount of knowledge surrounding sort of the, I don't know what to call it other than fraudulent conduct of the cult?
Can you repeat that?
She had an extensive knowledge of the conduct of this organization, how they got money, how they got cars, how they planned to get houses.
She did.
Okay.
She did. And it was very complex, such that it was confusing to me.
Okay. Did she try to explain it to you?
She did.
Okay. And in fact, she told you that they had all applied for COVID loans under each of their trusts, but she was the only one that got approved.
She did say loans. It may have been COVID. I would have to look back at my exact language, but I do recall the mention of loans that seemed to be very large sums of money that they had all applied for, and she was the only one who was approved. Yes.
Okay. And she indicated that they had RVs and vehicles that they had no license and they had no insurance, but they would always get out of it when they got pulled over because they had the trust documentation.
Correct.
And she also told you that their plan of going from North Carolina down to Florida was because they planned to steal 2 houses with their trust that they located on Zillow.
Correct.
And she also indicated to you that they had previously gotten free vehicles utilizing this trust.
Correct.
And did she seem to have an extensive knowledge of sort of the inner workings of that?
She did.
I want to talk to you next about maybe some of the things that she represented to you that were not supported by the collateral documentation. I noted that one of the things in your report was that she told you when she was admitted into the hospital that she weighed 80 pounds. Is that fair?
I can't recall if she said when she was admitted to the hospital or during the culmination of her struggles that led up to the alleged events, but she did note losing significant weight and weighing approximately 80 pounds.
Okay. If your report said that she said when she was admitted to the hospital she was 80 pounds, would you have any reason to disagree?
I would not disagree with that.
Okay. And you actually notated in your report that you had the medical records, and her medical records indicated that she had normal BMI, right?
Correct.
And in the medical records, it also indicates that she wasn't 80 pounds. She was 113 pounds upon admission.
Yes, it had the kilograms, and I did have to do the conversion online. But yes, that is what I noted from her medical records.
Okay. So she had underreported to you that she was 33 pounds skinnier than what she actually was.
It seems so based on the documentation that I had in the medical records as compared to her self-report.
Okay. That she was exaggerating how thin and frail she was?
That she was exaggerating or either had misperceived or either was representing a different point in time.
Okay. I want to talk to you about your review of her searches. I think you documented several of them in your 38-page report.
I did. Some were repeated and some were similar. So I don't think that I documented all of them, but I did document many of them, yes.
And you would agree with me that on November the 22nd and November the 23rd, she started searching things about whether she was sinning being with a married man, whether she was sinning having a baby with a married man.
Yes.
Okay. Was this consistent with her statements to you that she was starting to question sort of the ideological views of the cult?
Yes.
Okay. And those things were not related to any delusion she was having. She just indicated that they were related to her questioning the value system of the cult.
That was my perception, that she was questioning the beliefs that were being taught within the group.
Okay. And that was on November the 22nd, November the 23rd?
I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm not looking at the date, but that seems
Sorry,
correct.
do you have your report there?
I do.
It's on page 12.
Thank you. If you can reference the page.
Yeah, of course. So you're aware that on the 25th of November, 2 and 3 days after she was searching about whether she was sinning being in this group, she searched killing someone to save them.
Correct.
All right. And then you're aware that subsequently, 5 days after that, she was researching how to snap a neck and looking at websites about how hard it was to kill someone by breaking their neck.
Correct.
And then you're also aware that on the day that she killed Hannah, December the 8th, she was Googling how to get a bus ticket for a 13-month-old.
Correct.
And you indicated that you had seen the video from November the 27th where she says, "My name is Chloe Driver. He has my baby. I'm being forced to go against my will." Is that the video you're talking about?
Correct. That is.
And she represented to you that she went back to him and her plan was to get her baby and run, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that after she went back to him, she did get her baby and then she returned to her mother's house for a couple of days?
I am.
Okay. And then he wanted to go look at some property in Knoxville, so she left with him again to go look at property in Knoxville.
Yes.
Okay. So the last time that she returned to him, she actually had the baby with her at her mom's house and she went to him to go look at property.
That was the way I interpreted her narrative. Yes.
And in your review of all the medical records, so you have 1,200 pages of medical records and collateral information. Is it fair to say that Ms. Driver, of her own volition, at multiple times refused any type of medication to treat any type of psychiatric condition?
That was reported in the medical records from the hospital. Yes.
And that she specifically reported that it was against her belief system to take any of those medications?
That's what the hospital records indicate. Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about specifically the delusions that she reported that relate to Hannah. Well, first, let's do that. It's on page 31. Is it fair to say that as it relates to Hannah and sort of what she told you about her motivation for committing the act, that her delusion was that when she would breastfeed Hannah, she would sort of give Hannah all of her pain and all of her sin?
Yes.
Okay. And did she attribute that to be sort of one of the significant things telling her that she needed to kill Hannah?
It seemed to be a part of the rationale in her mind of why she needed to kill her daughter. Yes, the narrative was very complex, and because the idea is not rational, it's very hard to restate it in terms that equate to rational thoughts, but that seems consistent with the narrative that she portrayed. Yes.
Okay. And so you said that it was kind of hard to follow because there was more of a narrative than a concise individual
Correct.
thing. Was the overarching theme of the narrative she gave you that she wanted to kill Hannah to save her?
Correct.
Okay.
To save her from a life of pain and catatonic depression and abuse.
Okay. And is it fair to say that some of that was based upon sort of the reality that she was living in the cult dynamic?
It did seem that the reality in which she was living was all wrapped up in her thought processes as well. While some of the thoughts were irrational, some of the thoughts of feelings of oppression and isolation were indeed what she was experiencing.
Okay. So the isolation and oppression were maybe more reality based, and then she maybe had some irrational thinking sort of overlapping with her odd ideologies.
Yes, and while it didn't seem that exact narrative was part of the teaching of the group, there was a narrative of that this small number of women in this small chosen group were responsible for the sins of the world. So there was that component as well, that some of the narrative that she had taken on had been a part of the teachings.
Okay. But as it relates to whether the beliefs that she articulated to you are religious teachings based and like genuinely held beliefs, or whether they're over here in the irrational mind that she's on her own independent thinking, whether they're in either category, did everything she articulate to you as her motivation relate to her essentially feeling like she needed to save Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever articulate to you in any way that she felt threatened by Hannah?
No.
Did she ever articulate to you that she felt like she needed to defend anybody against Hannah?
No.
Did she ever indicate that Hannah was a danger to anyone around her?
No.
I want to talk to you specifically about what she told you. Obviously, would you agree with me that
I have heard the state ask everybody that. Was Hannah a threat? No. Did everything that she just went through, the state has asked everybody that. The one thing they haven't asked, which is the one thing they said in openings, was that Chloe was jealous of the other wives. She did say they didn't like each other, but they didn't like each other. Okay, fine. But she said she was jealous of the other wives and she wanted that crazy dude all to herself, which her behavior does not show that. And so I don't know how having often herself and her daughter would have given him all to herself. That doesn't make sense. But she's not one time asked anybody if Chloe was jealous, if Chloe wanted Z all to herself, if Chloe wanted any of those things. Just her and Z and Hannah to go have a life together. She's not asked anybody that. And that is what she said the motive was in openings. So it's getting like, stop asking that question. Hello, Zach. How you doing? Hey, Kelly. We're just playing some witnesses from the last day 5. And then she was the last witness on day 6 before they did all the fun stuff that we're not going to do. Sharon, there's a playlist. So we watched all of day 2 except for the very, very end. There's a playlist on Court TV that has all of the days on there. There's day 3 and 4, I think, was mostly doctors. Oh, well, Kelly, I did. I did. I don't know what day that was. I just caught, who did we watch first? Oh, Sandra Torres. We watched Sandra first. Then we watched one of the other wives that's not there anymore. Thank goodness. This is the last witness. Period. And also, I don't know who Katie is. Katie's over here. Like, Katie's, I don't know. I can never make you guys see my cursor. But Katie's over here on the side hanging out on the Court TV feed. I don't know who she is. But Kelly, because the verdict came back today, I was not even going to try to go through doctors. They don't call Z. Nope. I was very, very disappointed. I was searching for him. And this witness is a independent witness. So she's a neutral third-party witness.
that when we're talking about the question of what somebody's mental state is at the time they commit the crime, you have to look at the crime itself?
Correct.
And that's important for you to get as many details as possible surrounding the actual incident?
It's important to get as many details as possible surrounding the incident in order to compare the individual's narrative to what is indicated in collateral sources to hopefully understand on some level how lucid they were, what was their decision-making like, and what were they thinking. Yes.
Okay. And when you say how lucid they were, what do you mean by that?
How clear were their thoughts? Were their thoughts reality-based, and what were their thought processes overall?
Did you, and I can't recall, so refresh my memory, did you request or review any of the officer's body cam footage in this case?
I did not request it. I did not review it. In fact, I did not receive it, likely because I did specifically ask not to see visual images.
Okay. But if she was making statements on the scene minutes after she stabbed Hannah, would those things be relevant to how lucid she was and what her mental state was at the time?
They would be, and I believe some of those statements were articulated in the narratives, which I did review.
Okay. So you're aware that she said things on the officer's body cam like, is that it? Is that goodbye? With relation to her daughter dying?
I don't recall that specific statement. I do recall I want to see her one last time, and I think that is documented in my report.
Okay. And was it, do you know anything about her making statements of let him be with her, let him be with her?
I do recall that.
Okay, and that's when officers were trying to make Benjamin leave the room?
I do recall that.
Do you recall any information about the EMT calling Hannah a boy and Chloe Driver correcting her and saying it's a girl?
I do not recall that. I don't dispute that, but I don't recall that.
Do you recall any information about something coming over the officer's radio saying the baby's being transported and Chloe responds by saying, is she alive?
I don't specifically recall that. I recall that question after she was receiving treatment shortly after in the hospital when she had first started to seem to regain consciousness, but I don't recall that from the scene as they were leaving the home.
Okay. What did she report to you about from the time she entered that room with Hannah? How much information and detail did she report to you? It's on page 36 of your report if you want to reference it. About what events took place in that room, what she did.
She was very detailed in her description of what took place in the room, and her detail was provided spontaneously, meaning that I did not have to ask a lot of guided questions. It was a very much a spontaneous narrative that she recalled becoming distressed. It seems that she was very much aware that she was having these thoughts of hurting herself and Hannah, and therefore did not want to be in a room by herself, and had attempted to go into the room with the other women, and Ben Michael motioned for her to go into the room alone. And she recalled Hannah not having on a diaper, only having on the rubber cover for the diaper, and asking for a diaper and a shirt, I believe. She recalled breastfeeding her. At some point prior to this, she'd gone back downstairs to get the knife, came into the room, locked the door, recalled getting the dirty shirt when she had asked for a clean shirt in order to make the child presentable, as they were anticipating going to a 12 tribes meeting at some point in the immediate future. And she recalled getting the dirty shirt and feeling like that was another indication that she was supposed to do this. She was supposed to take her life in Hannah's. She recalled feeding her, calmly lying her down, and then taking the knife and attempting to kill both Hannah and herself.
Okay. And she told you that sort of Benjamin throwing her the dirty shirt was kind of what triggered her, that she wanted to kill herself and kill Hannah.
It was one of the things that triggered her that she described in this series of events in the hours and minutes proceeding. But yes, that I believe was the last thing that she described.
Zach, that is such a loaded question. Some people are very, you don't do that. I'm sorry. There are some bigger chested women out there. It's, unless you're wearing a freaking turtleneck, it's hard to cover up. You can wear a normal thing and it doesn't cover you up. So I don't think she's showing that much. It's just the top. It's all right. But also, I think what she just said was important because it talks about what happened that day, what was going on that day. They went to the 12 tribes. Chloe's already in a spiral. She's been in a spiral since the 25th. And and sorry, I saw a Baker. So Kelly, I guess I'm kind of answering your question now. Like a loaded bra and a view. Ah, everybody's looking for boobs. Hey, Baker. But Chloe's been in a spiral this whole time since the 25th. Now everything is, she said, don't put me in a room by myself. She understands like something's happening. Don't put me in a room by myself. What do? Put her in a room by herself. She's like, can I have a diaper and a shirt for her baby? So they give her a dirty shirt, which she knows they're going out, and that would not make her presentable. So now there's even something else that's triggering her. and I don't really like that word triggered. Like everybody's triggered every day nowadays by everything. But it's just pushing her more and more and more to what she did. But this woman, she describes a lot. It's not like super graphic. So don't worry about that. But I do think she kind of says some important things. And also, more important than boobs. Stop looking for boobs. If Katie would get out of the way, it'd make the screen bigger, and then you could probably see them. So, no triggering. You're not triggered that breast triggers all the triggers in Zach's No triggering. Did I put that up already? I think I did. No triggering.
As being a triggering event.
Okay. And in your report on page 36, it says, from that moment on, I snapped, talking about the dirty shirt. Would those be her words?
Those are her words.
Okay. And you indicated that she said that she fed Hannah. And isn't it true that she said she fed her and then she laid her down on the bed and she was happy?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say happened next?
Do you want me to read it word for word, or do you want me to recall from the best of my memory?
Well, I guess I'll kind of walk you through it.
Okay.
She indicated that she went down and grabbed a knife from the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she told you that she just grabbed a random knife out of the knife block. She didn't even look at it, right?
Correct.
And she went upstairs and she locked the door.
Correct.
Okay. Did you engage in any conversation with her about why she locked the door?
I did not.
Okay. And she indicated that she played a lot of video games, and that in the video games that she played, when you stab someone, they die immediately, right?
Correct.
And so she says, I have the knife and I'm up here and I'm up there. I don't know where to stab either of us. And I think the throat might kill us immediately. Is that what she told you?
Correct.
Okay. And so then she said she breastfed her and she laid her down on the bed and she was happy. Are you aware that she told another evaluator that when she laid her down on the bed before she stabbed her, she apologized to her?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Did she tell you that?
She did not. I do not recall her telling me that. I believe if she had told me that, it would be in my report in this paragraph.
Okay. And she then told you, I stabbed her in the throat, but she was not dead. She is just quiet and bleeding out, right?
Correct.
And I stabbed myself in the throat 3 times. And then you put in your report, she made a twisting motion to demonstrate. What do you mean by that?
She kind of demonstrated what she was articulating verbally.
Okay. And she told you that at that point, after she had stabbed Hannah in the neck and stabbed herself in the neck, she's standing there wondering, why are we not dying?
Correct.
And at that point, she indicated she heard Z coming upstairs.
Correct.
And that he opened the door, and before he walked in, she was confused about why they weren't dying immediately. And so she tried to stab herself one more time in the heart.
Correct.
All right. And she indicated that in that moment, she thought that they were coming into the room to save them.
Correct.
And she didn't want to be saved because she didn't want to deal with all the pain that she imagined in the world.
Correct.
Okay. Safe to say that her memory about those events was very intact.
That was, yes.
You said, you want to assess whether somebody is lucid, their ability to sort of, what their thought process was. Like, why is it significant and important that somebody has a detailed memory of a particular event?
Well, during psychotic states, people can oftentimes be confused. Sometimes they are not. They can oftentimes.
Don't worry, Zach. We'll only talk when we are done with the beach and the babies and making food and cleaning the house. Women's work. That's the only time.
Be confused. So it's important to assess their level of confusion, how much they can recall. Also, it's very important to, one of the things we're always looking for in cases such as this one is the person a reliable informant, or are they fabricating information and fabricating symptoms in order to achieve a desired outcome? So it's important to compare their narrative to that of collateral sources. So the primary reason for understanding their description of the events is, one, to determine if it aligned or does not align with other sources of information in effort to determine if the person seems forthcoming or if they seem to be presenting information in effort to gain a desired outcome.
Okay. With regard to information that she may have reported to other evaluators, if she told Dr. Ballard when specifically asked if she knew whether her behavior was wrong, yeah, as soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. This was not supposed to happen. Would that be consistent with how she presented to you?
Yes, she didn't state anything to me that indicated otherwise.
Okay.
It's not inconsistent with what she described to me.
Okay. And if she told Dr. Garrett, she recalled apologizing to Hannah and telling her how much she loved her before she stabbed her, but she was at peace with it, but that she knew it was wrong from the beginning. Would that be inconsistent with what she reported to you?
It's not inconsistent with what she reported to me.
Okay. And doctor, I took note in your report that you did not diagnose her with anything.
That is correct.
Why not?
So the experts in the field of psychology, the individuals who are experts on these types of evaluations, differ in their own opinions as to whether or not we should render a diagnosis in this type of evaluation. One school of thought says that a diagnosis helps the jury and the attorneys and helps psychologists in general to understand a person's mental state at the time, even though it doesn't necessarily describe their mental state at the time. It helps us understand a set of symptoms and helps explain behavior. The other school of thought says that the diagnosis can be confusing because the diagnosis doesn't necessarily align all the time with mental state at the time of the offense. And people can make certain assumptions based on diagnosis alone and may make inadequate judgments. So in other words, it can be reckless to do so because a diagnosis can communicate to a layperson information that is not what we're intending.
Okay. And what school of thought were you in not diagnosing her in this criminal responsibility report?
So I did not render a diagnosis. My reason was it's not critical to answer the referral question. The referral question pertains to her mental state at the time of the offense, and a diagnosis would not necessarily explain her mental state at the time of the offense. The diagnoses that I considered, one, people can have very negative assumptions when they see this diagnosis. And then another diagnosis, people automatically make assumptions about psychotic symptoms. So without having the opportunity to explain her mental state, I did not want for the diagnosis that I rendered to communicate information about what I perceived to be her mental state at the time of the alleged offense. I prefer to articulate that verbally rather than to put a diagnosis on a report and possibly not have the opportunity to explain it.
Okay. And is your thought process on that, because whether or not she has a diagnosable mental illness is a question of medicine.
You're fine.
And whether or not somebody is criminally insane is a question of law.
Correct.
And somebody can have a mental illness and not be criminally insane.
Correct.
And is that what you mean by sort of creating confusion?
In part, and someone can assume that a diagnosis means that mental health symptoms would not account for behavior at the time. So both situations, what you just said, and conversely, that someone could assume that other behaviors account for, that other explanations account for behaviors at the time of the alleged offense other than mental illness.
Okay. And I'm almost done, doctor, but I just want to sort of wrap up. You told us already that none of her delusions related to Hannah being a threat, harm, danger, or peril to her or anyone else, correct?
Correct.
And that all of her delusions related to Hannah and her need to kill Hannah was to save Hannah. Is that correct?
The delusions that involved Hannah seem to relate to her need to kill Hannah to save her, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Did I miss it somewhere? It's in the openings. Where? I don't understand why she keeps asking that question. That Hannah was not a threat. Correct. She was trying to save Hannah. Correct. I don't understand why the state keeps asking that question. Did I miss that somewhere? Yes, this is a doctor. It's an independent witness, Gabby. That the state was saying that she was trying to save Hannah. I thought it was a jealousy thing. I don't know. So, Gabby, she's a third-party independent witness, so neither side called her from kind of what I gathered. Flashman said he's going to look it up, so when he has time. He's a busy man right at the moment. All right, we're going to listen to the defense. I think the state does like 1-2 questions after. It's not very long. and then we'll go to the verdict.
Hey, good morning, Dr. Zime. How are you?
Well, sir, thank you.
Just to follow up on that last set of questions, to be clear, Ms. Driver's delusions were not simply related to killing her daughter, correct? They were killing herself and her daughter, right?
Correct. And there were many delusional thought processes as well, but those that pertain to the alleged offense pertain to killing both herself and Hannah. Correct.
And the action she took on December 8th was consistent with that delusion, meaning she stabbed her daughter and also attempted to kill herself, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's kind of walk through your background. I may have missed this a little bit. You indicated that a lot of your forensic work after obtaining your doctorate was in Mississippi. Is that right?
Not after, before.
Before, okay.
During
How
training.
long were you there in Mississippi?
A year.
A year?
Correct.
And when did you get your Psych D? That's called.
I think I graduated in 2013. 2012, I'm sorry.
Sorry, forgot age. 2012, your Psych D, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, you spent a year in Mississippi.
The year was before.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So 2011-ish in Mississippi.
2011 to 2012,
And
correct.
got your Psych D
In 2012, the end of
then you-
2012.
And then you came back to Georgia
Correct.
to start practicing.
Correct.
Okay. Did you begin work at that point in time in 2012 with Georgia Psychology?
I did not. I did not return to work immediately, and I did not begin work. And well, I did briefly. I did not continue. I did not continue continuously during that time frame.
Okay. So who did you first work for when you
Georgia
started?
Psychological,
Okay. And when was that? When did you start with them?
2012, end of 2012 or beginning of 2013.
So I guess I'm slightly confused there. How much work did you do for
So
them?
I worked with them for a year. I think there were about 3 years that my clinical work was minimal. And then I resumed work with them in 2015. And that is where I remained until this summer, until July 2024.
Okay. I think you opened your own practice.
That is
over the
correct.
summer. Okay. All right. So you had a few years there where you weren't doing as much work with them.
Correct.
But got back to that in 2015. Okay. Since 2015, I think your testimony earlier was you've done a lot of different evaluations at Georgia Psychological.
Correct.
Right? Just general psychological evaluations of individuals, right?
Yes. Most of my work with Georgia Psychological pertained to child custody, child protective services.
Defects, as
Yes.
we refer to them.
Yes.
So-
Also some disability adjudication
Okay.
referral questions.
And you said that you had much less frequent requests for criminal responsibility exams that you've done in this case, right?
Correct.
How many criminal responsibility exams do you think you've done since 2015?
Since 2015, only a handful. I was heavily involved in criminal responsibility during my internship. Since 2015, only a handful. I would say 4 or 5.
And the one that you've conducted in this case with Ms. Driver, that was just in the last 6 months, right?
Correct.
You evaluated her in May of 2024.
Correct.
Of you said 4 or 5 roughly criminal responsibility exams?
Correct.
Is this the first exam that you conducted that you've actually had to testify about?
This
in a
is the
court
first
proceeding?
time. No, it isn't. This is the second that I've provided testimony.
Okay, so it's fair to say, Dr. Zime, that, and you're familiar with this in conducting forensic evaluations back in Mississippi as well, many of the criminal responsibility exams that you would conduct, you generally do not testify about those in court, right?
Correct.
Because ultimately you believe that the person does not exhibit significant signs to be deemed insane under law. Is that right?
Yes, statistically, the number who are deemed, well, first, it's not a defense that is often presented. And secondly, the number who are deemed to fit the criteria is very small, even as a percentage of the number who present with that defense.
Correct.
So yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you have conducted criminal responsibility exams on behalf of defendants in cases. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that process is typically where, based on the given facts of a case or circumstances that a lawyer has seen based on reviewing the evidence, they believe there might be an issue with a client and they are requesting you to make an evaluation, right?
That is my understanding of how it would come to me as a referral. Yes.
At no time does any defense lawyer call you up and say, Dr. Zime, I need you to find that this person is diagnosed with these mental health disorders so that we can create this.
No, no one has ever said that.
Okay. So whether or not to pursue a not guilty by reason of insanity or a competency evaluation in the case is based on the defendant's mental state that is presented in the facts of the case.
That is my understanding. Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in this case, you indicated that you looked at various collateral sources that were provided to you, I think, by the DA's office.
That is
right?
correct.
And the list of those included her Chloe's medical records from Kennestone, right?
Correct.
Included the interviews from law enforcement, both with Ms. Driver and some of the other witnesses that were at the home at the date of this incident, right?
Correct.
You reviewed some cell phone searches, right?
Correct.
Some jail calls from Ms. Driver at the jail.
Correct.
And then this video that she recorded at the end of November with respect to going back to get her daughter, right?
Correct.
Did you review police reports from Asheville?
I did.
Okay. Was that one or two different police reports? Do you recall?
I think there is two, but I would have to reference my report to say that with certainty.
Okay. Let me ask you it this way. Do you recall an incident where Ms. Driver was running out into the road
Yes.
trying to get away from Mr. Bignani?
I do recall that.
Okay.
I recall that from her narrative as well as the police report. Yes.
Okay. And then do you also recall a separate incident in which she called the police because Mr. Bignani actually left with her child and took off with her?
Yes. I think I may not have been clear that that was in Asheville, but I do recall that incident as well. I think I may have presumed that that was at the location where her mother was residing, that
Okay.
call was placed.
And I'm not going to hold you to what's in those reports. We've actually heard testimony of witnesses that were there when those incidents happened. So, but you did review those.
Yes.
Okay. The cell phone searches that you reviewed, well, let me back up. The medical records that you reviewed, you don't find any dispute or disagreement with the medical records that indicated that Ms. Driver was suffering from delusions while she was in the hospital, do you?
That is correct. I think I cited in my report that I believed the sources of information that were presented over time to be highly consistent.
And she was also, I think, reporting some hallucinations while she was still in the hospital as well. Is that right?
I think that it was noted in the mental health records. I can't recall if they clearly articulated what those were, but I do recall that being noted in the mental health records from the hospital.
Okay. Those reports of delusions and hallucinations were consistent with other collateral sources that you had regarding Ms. Driver's state of mind leading up to this incident, December 8th, right?
That is correct.
Reports from the other individuals that were interviewed were all reporting her state of mind or a destabilization of her mental state. Is that fair?
Correct.
And I think you also reviewed an audio recording that Mr. Bignani had that he had provided to law enforcement on which she was talking about these delusions that she was experiencing, right?
Correct.
So it's clear, based on your review of the records, that Ms. Driver was absolutely going through stages of paranoia, experiencing delusions, and dealing with hallucinations in this build up to December 8th.
That is correct.
Okay. The cell phone searches, particularly, there are a couple of specific searches that she conducted, actually looking up the definition or the idea of schizophrenia. Is that right?
I recall the mention of schizophrenia. I would have to look at my report to know if she was looking up to see what it meant, but I do recall the mention of schizophrenia in one of her searches. Correct.
Page 11 of your report, I think, Dr. Zom, indicates the cell phone searches.
I think it's just the word schizophrenia.
Okay. And she did that on 2 different days, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she also looked up topics such as the whole world is programming me, correct?
Correct.
And she looked up on November 11th, mental institutions in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Correct.
Now, were you aware her parents lived in Knoxville?
I was.
Okay. So is that possibly something she was looking at in order to try to get help for the issues she was dealing with?
It seems so. And she mentioned multiple times that she had tried to get help and had asked for help.
Yeah, she was telling Mr. Benjamin and the 2 other wives and the other people that she was around that she needed help for the issues that she was going through, right?
That is correct.
And you understood that this religious philosophy that Mr. Benjamin had was to exclude the access to traditional medical treatment, right?
That was my understanding.
I guess I should say modern day medical treatment, not traditional medical treatment, right?
That is my understanding.
He did not want Ms. Driver to be in a hospital, right?
That is my
In
understanding.
fact, he didn't even want Ms. Driver in a hospital when their child was born, right?
That was my understanding based on what she reported.
He did not want her to be institutionalized in any way, shape, or form, right?
That was certainly my
And
understanding.
he certainly didn't want her to be on any pharmaceutical drugs.
That was my understanding as well.
And she was telling you that because he didn't want her breastfeeding their child with medicine flowing through her body, right?
I don't know if that was stated as the reason that he didn't want that. My perception was that it seemed to be more so consistent with his overall beliefs. I don't recall it being specifically from his rationale about the breastfeeding. I do recall her mentioning having some concerns about what she would ingest in breastfeeding, but I believe my perception was that him not wanting her to have medication was part of his overall philosophy of how this group of people should engage with the world.
And it was clear to you also that she, in a sense, was somewhat rejecting that idea of his philosophy, right? Because
It did seem certainly that she had started to reject his philosophy.
even back to when the baby was born, she did not want to leave the hospital that quickly after the birth of the baby. Is that right?
That was my perception based on what she stated, yes.
She had indicated previous to the child's birth that she thought that they needed to be seeking prenatal care for the child. Right?
That was my understanding.
And particularly in this instance, she was searching for mental health institutions. She was searching for schizophrenia as a way to understand what she was going through. Is that fair?
I don't believe I asked her exactly why she was researching schizophrenia, but I certainly would not dispute that.
Your medical opinion as a psychologist, someone that is suffering from paranoia and delusions and hallucinations, those are all symptoms that are consistent with somebody that could be diagnosed with schizophrenia. Is that fair?
With a psychotic disorder, yes.
Yeah. The other two evaluators in this case, Dr. Ballard and Dr. Garrett, do you know either of them?
I don't know them. I did listen to their testimony, but I do not know them prior to this hearing.
And you're aware, based on listening to their testimony, I know you didn't read their reports, but listen to their testimony. They both diagnosed Ms. Driver with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar, right?
Yes,
And borderline personality disorder, right?
correct.
Do you have any issues or take any issues with those diagnoses that they made?
I do not take issues with those diagnoses. I think it was clear from the history that she likely meets criteria for borderline personality disorder, as well as there are both mood symptoms and psychotic symptoms, which is captured by the diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder, but could also be captured by other diagnoses. But yes, mood symptoms and psychotic symptoms are part of the clinical picture.
Okay. Yeah, you testified that there's a difference of opinion about whether or not in a forensic setting you should make a diagnosis.
Correct.
And I grant you that. You don't have any concern that Dr. Ballard and Dr.
No.
Garrett both made that.
No.
What you said you were considering some diagnoses. What were those diagnoses?
Borderline personality disorder and bipolar disorder with psychotic features, or an unspecified psychotic disorder. I am very reluctant to diagnose schizoaffective disorder only because the particulars of that diagnosis, the minutiae details, are very difficult to capture from someone's self-report alone. So I'm very reluctant to assign that diagnosis if I didn't observe it within an inpatient setting.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you're conducting this evaluation some 3.5 years after the incident would also affect your ability to make a specific diagnosis of her in terms of her symptoms that she was exhibiting?
Hello, Chrissy. We watched Sandra Torres, who Jason Spillers kept referring to. We watched her testimony. It's not very long. Jason Spillers, if you believe Sandra Torres, is a liar, allegedly. She had no weapon. She had not been drinking. She doesn't drink. And then we watched one of the other, I think she was like the first wife. She left maybe before Chloe got there. I think she said she'd met Chloe once, but Chloe had reached out to her. She had a similar kind of situation. She talked about physical abuse in the relationship, him threatening to take her daughter, all that stuff that we've heard. And then the state comes back, but you didn't hurt your daughter to leave. Like, seriously. Okay. Because she didn't. Chloe shouldn't have. Chloe shouldn't have. Don't get me wrong. It was just a dumb question, in my opinion. This is an independent witness, so independent third party witness, psychologist. I stopped her at a bad pause because I'm good at that. She is being questioned by the defense right at the moment. Oh, and she's also the last witness. So what we didn't watch was days 3, and we did not watch we didn't watch days 3 and 4 because the verdict came in, and there's just a lot of doctors, and I think she wraps it up together. nicely together. So we're going to finish her testimony up and then she go watch the verdict.
Exhibiting at the time that this happened?
I think she was incredibly vivid in describing her symptoms, and the mental health records are voluminous. So I wouldn't have necessarily had concerns about assigning a diagnosis for that reason.
Okay. But at the end of the day, your diagnosis is pretty close to Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard.
That is correct.
All right. How long was your interview with Ms. Driver?
I believe that it was around 3 hours.
Okay. And it was on one day, correct?
It was.
When you met with her, she reported at the time that she had been on medication at the jail for some time, right?
Correct.
And I think in talking to you outside, you did indicate that you don't believe you received any jail medical records.
I don't believe that I received mental health records from the jail.
Okay. So you don't know specifically what medication she had been on while she was out there, other than what she reported to you?
So I know what she reported to me. She also was articulate in, I believe, stating what she previously was prescribed, and I believe that is noted within my report. It was also noted on some of the hospital records, what she was prescribed at the time of discharge. I will say that I don't speak to the specifics of what medications are prescribed for. Even though a Google search may say they're prescribed for one thing, I believe that should be left to the psychiatrists and the medical treatment providers. I'm not a prescribing physician, and my experience is that most medications are prescribed for different things. Even though they may primarily be used to treat one thing, they're also used to treat other things. So I would defer any questions about medication.
But at the time you interviewed her, your belief was that she had been on medication for some time.
Correct.
And that she seemed to be fairly stable on that medication.
She did note that she had been taken off one medication and that she had experienced an increase in some symptoms, not psychotic symptoms. It seems she'd gotten into a fight, and that was out of character for her. She'd been on some medication for a very long time, but it seemed that medication had been changed.
Okay. But as far as it related to her psychotic symptoms, such as the delusions and hallucinations, the medication that she was on had been addressing those.
That was my belief, yes.
And that is how you perceived her when you were interviewing
Yes.
her, right?
She did not seem psychotic when I interviewed her.
Okay. Dr. Zom, someone like Ms. Driver that had exhibited the symptoms that she, as you talked about, was clearly showing to others, the paranoia, the delusions, the hallucinations, before this incident. If someone is experiencing those things and is not getting treatment, is it fair to say that her condition will continue to worsen?
It's certainly expected in most cases that someone who is experiencing psychotic symptoms will continue to deteriorate in the absence of medication.
Is it also fair to say that someone that is not being treated for those illnesses and experiencing those symptoms, those delusions that she is hearing and receiving, it is going to grow harder and harder for her to not succumb to those?
So mental health symptoms, psychotic symptoms can be transient. They can come and go. They can worsen and lessen in severity. However, she was also in a stressful situation. So yes, it would be highly unlikely that her condition would spontaneously improve in the absence of treatment or removal of a stressor.
And it's clear from some of her cell phone searches that she was having these delusions about killing herself. She was actually searching things to kill someone, right?
Yes.
Now, there's no indication that she was searching to kill herself or someone else, just searching to kill some person, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And she was searching for other things as well in a manner to basically extricate herself from the environment that she was in.
Correct.
Even on the December 8th, where she was searching for a bus ticket.
Correct.
But for her child, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you about delusions to kill somebody. If I'm suffering a delusion that I need to kill the judge, and the judge knows I know her very well, I think she's a great judge, so that would clearly be a delusion in our sense. But hypothetically, if I'm suffering from a delusion and that delusion is telling me that I have to kill her for whatever reason that is it common that in that delusional state, I would search for a weapon?
It's not uncommon.
It would be consistent with my thinking in that delusional state that if I have to kill her, I have to do something to do that, correct?
Correct.
I have to find a weapon, a gun, a knife, some type of object for which I can carry out my plan, correct?
It's not unexpected.
Right. So if I did not have a weapon, I might search around for one, right? Like, I might look. where's a weapon in this room that I can grab? What can I do with it, right?
Certainly.
But that's being done in that delusional state because I'm not capable at that point in time of thinking that, whoa, this isn't the right move, right? I'm delusional.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, a delusion is a fixed false belief in an idea, right?
Correct.
So if I have a fixed false belief that I have to carry out a plan to kill somebody, my mentality is going to tell me, do whatever it takes for me to carry out that goal, right?
That is correct. I do think it's important to state that while she was suffering from delusions, her delusions were not as fixed as they are in some situations, which is also apparent in her internet searches. She's going back and forth between questioning the ideas of what she's being taught, questioning her own ideas, trying to look for a bus ticket to escape her situation while also looking up ways to kill someone. So yes, delusional, yes, she was suffering from delusions, not as entirely fixed as we do see in some situations.
But those situations, as far as how fixed or how severe those delusions are going to change over time, right?
For many people, they do. For someone with a purely delusional disorder, they may not. But for someone with her, what we believe to be her diagnosis, yes, we would expect her symptoms to fluctuate over time.
Between sanity and insanity. And I know that's
and it's a spectrum at varying degrees.
And she told you that on December the 8th, they woke up and went to a 12 tribes meeting that morning, correct?
Correct.
And she told you that at that 12 tribes meeting, they talked about death. And she interpreted that discussion about death as a delusional reference to her that she needed to kill herself.
I do believe I recall her talking about the meaning she assigned to the 12 tribes, perceiving that to be a message to her that she needed to kill herself, that she needed to do it.
And she took that message in her mind. She took that message as this has got to be the day that this happens at the time, right?
That seems correct with what she told me, yes.
And when they got to Canton that day around lunchtime, she was forced to go up into a room by herself. Is that right?
That is correct.
And she was forced to be in that room, even though she was telling Mr. Benjamin she did not want to be alone.
That is what she reported, yes.
Because of what she had already been experiencing that
That
day,
is
right?
correct.
She took the sign of being by herself in that room alone, again, as an additional signal that she needed to kill herself.
Correct.
Right? And then ultimately, she told you that the final straw, as it were, was getting this dirty shirt sent up to her, right?
Correct.
And she interpreted that dirty shirt as the last signal to her that she was not capable of living. She and her child were not capable of living, right?
Yes, I don't think those were her exact words, capable, but yes, she took it to mean that they weren't worth anything.
It was consistent with her delusions that she had been experiencing that entire day, beginning that morning they woke up, right?
Correct.
And it was at that point where she got the shirt that she went downstairs to get this knife, right?
I believe that is correct.
One second, Judge.
I'm sure I'm going to be disappointed with the verdict, but I thought he did a good job for her in those questions that he just asked the doctor. She's been delusional all day. No, it's a little bright for her mood.
Ms. Robert, any further questions of this witness?
Just briefly, a moment ago, you said that she took the dirty shirt to mean that they weren't worth anything. So her viewpoint of why she carried out the act at that moment, as she expressed to you, was that in that moment, she felt like her and Hannah were worthless.
I would have to go back and read my words to know directly, but I recall her saying when she got this shirt, it meant that it was her language that they weren't worth anything. I don't know if I took that to mean that they were worthless.
All right. And you indicated that Ms. Driver's delusions were not as fixed as some.
Right.
She had significant periods of lucidity and stability and ability to engage with the world around her.
Yes, someone with a diagnosis of a delusional disorder has very fixed delusions that do not fluctuate over time and are impossible to challenge. The nature of her mental illness was such that she was fluctuating and questioning different sets of beliefs at different times.
Okay. And some of those questioning sets of beliefs may have been related to her religious ideological views.
Yes.
Okay. And some of it may have been related to her mental health.
Correct. She articulated times at which she questioned her own mental health symptoms.
Okay. And Mr. Kessler asked you about, that she was begging these people for help and that they weren't giving it to her. Did she indicate to you at all when her and Hannah went and spent 2 days with her mother just prior to the murder, whether or not she sought out treatment or assistance from her parents?
I don't recall if she articulated the particulars of seeking out treatment. I do recall that she stated that while she was there, she then
Thank you, Bri. Bri gifted a membership, and Deb Vitt was the recipient. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh man, I keep pausing her in bad ways. I don't mean to. I just have a gift. Even when I pause a TV, never pretty for the person that's up there.
started to become paranoid of her parents and of the things that were going on around her.
Okay. And you indicated that you had reviewed some jail communication prior to your evaluation of her.
Correct.
Were you at any time aware of anyone communicating to Ms. Driver that if she acted?
All right, Carmen comes in. Zach! I don't know if he's still here, but Zach got Carmen's gifted membership. Thank you, Carmen. Oh no. That means Zach will be a member when I do the members only stream. Should I be scared now? Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Bri. I appreciate it. Congratulations, Deb Vitt, and congratulations, Mr. Zach, who who said he has commitment issues with me, so he couldn't ever become a member. Chrissy. I know. I'm sorry. It was perfect. Chrissy, I'm sorry. She looks like she's about to rip somebody in two. I can't help it. All right, Carmen, go get some rest. I saw the messages. You go get feeling better. Well, Carmen had no control over who got it. I'm just sad he left. That's the sad part, is he left right before that happened. Okay, stop. Sorry, all right. Well, something popped up on my screen. I hope I can play. All right, we're going to finish this up. She's almost done.
Acted normal in your evaluation, she would be screwing herself?
I am.
Okay. And who was that?
Her father.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else of this witness? All right, thank you, Ben. You may be excused. All right, we are going to take a recess at this time.
Everybody. I know. And then he she wasn't. Oh no, and neither is the court reporter. She's oh no. All right. All right. So when I say that I probably am going to be disappointed in the verdict, trust me when I know that when she's not walking out, and that's when I'm not saying she should at all. I'm saying that I think in everything that we've heard and the stuff that we've seen, to me, I think, and just in my own personal life with the family member that I talk about a lot and the things I've experienced there, I have seen this stuff happen. I've seen the moments that aren't great. I've not fortunately had to be there with the hallucinations or the delusions, but I've been there for them. I've also been there when you're speaking and they just come back for just a second. I've seen that too. I've seen when they're on their medication and they even out and they're really, really good and they are themselves, but then they feel good, so they don't want to take it anymore. And you can't force them, they're adults. So I've seen all of that. So I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not anything. I just understand what they're saying, only just because I can put it to my own experience. So for me, if I was on the jury, I would say she was insane at the time. I hate using that word because that to me is very like, holy crap. Like, you're insane. That's a lot. But it's not you. Chrissy, are you agreeing with me or are you pointing out it's not you? I know. I feel for her too. I have no idea. Yes, it's over. That was the last witness. I wasn't going to do closings because the evidence is there. And I certainly was not going to listen to jury instructions. Yeah, neither does work. But if I was on the jury, that would be my vote. I'm not, and they probably saw some really horrible things that we did not see. So they got a case last night. I figured that they actually was shocked when I woke up and there was not a verdict. So we'll watch that. I have no idea. I just kind of don't even want to know. Gabby, stop stirring that pot. That's the question, Bri. I'll tell you. I have this conversation all the time because this family member is really difficult to deal with. And there's been some dangerous situations. And then, they do get better because they have to. And then, like I said, then they can get through. They can get through what they have to do. Like if they get in trouble and the court steps in and they're like, you have to do this, this, and this. Perfect. They can get through it perfect. But as soon as they're done with it, then they're done with everything and they don't take their medication anymore. And we just, it is just a never ending cycle. I don't know what you do with adults who don't want to or don't think they need to take their medication, because it's like trying to explain it to other people. All they have to say is no. And I would say, Chrissy, that she has been on medication now. That woman said, the defense lawyer said, you saw her 3.5 years after this incident, right? Yes. I would say she's been on medication that whole time. I think she did say that, and that she had stopped one, and that Chloe felt like she was kind of slipping backwards. So, and so I think she's been medicated now, and she seems stable. But you're correct. They didn't want her to take her. They didn't want her to have medication. She didn't want to have medication. She said no when she was in the hospital. She didn't want it. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Obviously, it's not for her to walk free. She did do what she did. She knows what she did. So we'll see what happens. Who got in trouble? I don't know who got in trouble, but Zach, congratulations. And I will be doing a members only stream very soon. Yay. I'm just kidding. I hope you can be there. All right, you guys ready? I hope this is actually the verdict and not like a question. You'll have to mansplain that to us, Zach. Same one, Flash fan. We're just getting the verdict. Now the officers are getting in place, so I mean she's not walking out. That's the that doesn't matter. Gabby, you did not get in trouble. Gabby did not get in trouble. Just saying. Gabby, I was talking about a family member. Carmen said I was not talking about her. And then you said, wait, who are you talking about? Not anyone here. She did not get in trouble. Nothing. Nothing. She did nothing. She's innocent. I tell you, innocent. Yeah, I bet that was hard, Zach. No, that's what she said, jokes. Dang it, I set myself up. Zach, that was a bench trial, right? And the judge already came back. I mean, not that it was hard to come back quick with the verdict, but judges usually at least pretend to think about it. Carmen, you're going to get in trouble. That is not nice. Crabby little crab cake.
Bring the jury in, please.
Well, she didn't do anything. She's going to get grounded. Yeah, that came back super quick. Because didn't it just go to the jury or just go to him this morning, the judge this morning? All right, here we go. Is the courtroom that full that they need all those deputies there? I mean, come on.
Thank you. You can be seated. Mr. Foreman, has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Is it signed and dated by you as foreman?
This is.
All right, if you could give the verdict form to the bailiff, I will inspect it before I ask you to publish it.
Is the sound okay? Do I need to turn it up?
You'll give that back to the foreman. Mr. Foreman, if you will stand, Mr. Driver and counsel, if you will stand, if you will read the jury's verdict, please.
For each count below, with the jury find the defendant, count 1, malice murder, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 2, felony murder, aggravated assault, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 3, felony murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 4, aggravated assault, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 5, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. So found this 20th day of November, 2024.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bailiff, if you will allow counsel to inspect the verdict.
That was
form.
really fast. And I don't have it sped up. Oh, I did have it sped up. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I
You
can
may be
replay that.
seated, counsel. Anything else of these jurors? All right. On another day, likely either to be December 12th or December 18th. I'm going to confirm that with counsel after we excuse you. You would like to after sentencing, if you prefer to do that. Throughout this trial, I have cautioned you about not talking to others and not getting any media information about.
Okay, so you understand why I have her sped up. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had everything sped up. I'll go back. Because that was like, holy crap. Oops, sorry. All right, this is normal speed now.
Thank you. You can be seated. Mr. Foreman, has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Is it signed and dated by you as foreman?
This is.
All right, if you could give the verdict form to the bailiff, I will inspect it before I ask you to publish it. You'll give that back to the foreman. Mr. Foreman, if you
I
will
agree, Zach.
stand, Mr. Ivor and counsel, if you will stand, if you will read the jury's verdict, please.
For each count below, with the jury find the defendant, count 1, malice murder, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 2, felony murder, aggravated assault, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 3, felony murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 4, aggravated assault, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. Count 5, cruelty to children in the first degree, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but mentally ill. So found this 20th day of November, 2024.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bailiff, if you will allow counsel to inspect the verdict form.
Right. You got that too. It did say mouse unaliving. Count 1. Mouse. Okay, that was funny. I'm with you, Chrissy. I hope her sentencing is fair. I don't have any idea what happens. I don't know. You guys are asking like if she goes to the hospital. Like, I don't know. I don't know if she goes to a mental hospital now, or like if she's held in the like the medical ward of the jail or prison. It does. It does. I don't think she was an easy child to raise either. Just from like her mom took the stand, but she didn't add anything other than mom had a rough time raising basically 3 kids on her own because a husband worked out of state, and that she was a hard-headed kid, thought she knew everything. I'm like, so she was she was your typical teenager. Okay. You know, we've all been through it. We were teenagers, so we knew it all then. Some of us have teenagers, and they also think they know it all. So that's fun when it comes back around to you. But yes, she did not unalive a mouse. Thank you, closed captionings. All right, I'm speeding the judge back up because I cannot take this judge talks so slow. I can't take it.
You may be seated, counsel. Anything else of these jurors? All right. Members of the jury, this case will be set for sentencing on another day, likely either to be December 12th or December 18th. I'm going to confirm that with counsel after we excuse you. You are welcome to attend the sentencing hearing if you would like to. You are welcome to contact the clerk's office to find out what the sentence is after sentencing if you prefer to do that. Throughout this trial, I have cautioned you about not talking to others and not getting any media information about the case. You are now free from that. You may talk to one another or anybody else you like to about this case, but only if you would like to. You're not required to have any discussions with anybody, and that includes counsel or the media. And I want to say just a word. This is one of the first experiences that I have had with the televising of a trial. And what we know is that people, literally around the world have been watching us and commenting on what has transpired. And those of us, who do this for a living, we expect that. We understand that there are going to be comments, and some of them favorable, but some of them not. And we know that that's not part of your job, and that's not what you are used to. I am not in any way commenting on your verdict, meaning I have no position in favor of or against it. But what I know is that you have worked really hard. You have dealt with some unpleasant issues. You have been timely. You have, done everything that we have asked of you as far as, showing up and being here and paying attention. And so we appreciate that. We know that you've missed a lot of days of work, that you have had to reschedule appointments, that you probably had to ask a friend for childcare or something like that. And so we respect what you have done very much. And if you see comments to the contrary anywhere out there, know that everyone in this courtroom understands how hard you have worked and that we appreciate it. So thank you very much. And with that, you are free to leave.
She's not very tall, is she? She's a little tiny thing. Oh, I wonder what he said to her. But yes, Bri, you are right. This judge sounds normal when she sped up. I cannot do her normal voice.
All right, counsel. Do you anticipate needing witnesses or, a lengthy sentencing hearing in this matter?
I don't think it'll be lengthy. No,
No, I don't think it'd be lengthy either. The only thing that I can potentially envision is if Ms. Renee Driver wanted to speak on behalf of her daughter, I would ask the court to maybe entertain the possibility of allowing her to do that via Zoom, which would be probably the only witness that we would have at that point in time.
Yeah, if they can't get up here. We'll try to get them here, but if they can appear by Zoom if necessary. Either of the two dates that the court suggested, I think probably are 12, but Trotway says 12 is better, so it's fine with me.
I have no conflict on the 12th.
All right, this case will be set for scheduling on sentencing on December 12th at 9 o'clock. I'll certainly entertain a request to have witnesses appear by Zoom if that is necessary. To accommodate the witness, Ms. Driver will remain in the custody of the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. Anything else we need to take up today?
No.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
There we go. What day is the 12th on? Probably like a Tuesday or Thursday, I would assume. Because why not? Why not? Yeah, there's no right answer in this trial. I mean, I do think the jury got it right. Sorry, click clack back there. I would have voted that way too. So we'll see. It was crazy. My apologize that we didn't watch every single minute of it. Sorry, that was Rue being rude. If Carmen's still here, she's going to yell at me for saying that. I forgot. Oh, with the verdict came in today, I have Super Baby on Friday. I'm still planning on streaming, but I can't do an all day stream when I have her. It's impossible. So those were kind of my reasons why I picked out some of the witnesses that I thought were important. So I apologize if I didn't pick out witnesses that everyone thought was important. But Court TV has an entire playlist. You can go see what we missed. The thing I didn't get to play that I wanted to, but it's kind of long, is her. It's her in the hospital where the detective is interviewing her, interrogating her, whatever word you want to use. She can't speak. So it is her laying in a hospital bed and she's writing everything down. So, Adair, I know you knew the verdict. I know you, Adair. You already said you knew the verdict. If you missed the verdict, if you for real missed the verdict, Adair, she got guilty on all the counts, but also by reason of insanity or whatever they called it. So I don't know what's going to happen to her. Her sentencing is on December 12th. You for real missed it? Well, I played it twice because I didn't realize that I had it sped up, and that juror, the foreman, read it really, really fast. So I was like, holy crap. Then I realized I had it sped up. So we went and listened to it again. Her hospital thing. Okay. Like I said, I had it ready to go, but in case the jury was like still out longer, but then when they weren't, it was kind of like, okay. But it is long. The pizza cake trial? Guilty of mouse, but yes. Guilty of mouse unaliving, but mentally ill Adair. Thank you, closed captionings. Only you can take a serious point and make it look ridiculous. Closed captionings. Adair, I really just cannot believe that you missed that. I can't believe you didn't watch it on Ada Case. So I'm thinking Friday. I need to look. I want to look and see if I can find any updates on the kayaker dude that went missing, but maybe is not missing. But then when we watched that, and people in chat were saying that maybe he got unalived by the Uzbekistan people, and then they took his money. So I want to see if I can find any updates on that. I haven't heard anything about that. So I would assume they are thinking he's out of the country and are looking for him that way and not looking here anymore. Like, I don't think they're searching for any remains of that man. So I need to see if I can find an update on that. Sorry, what's really bad is mouse aforethought. I am saying words I can't say on YouTube in my head. So I'm going to see if I can find an update on that. If I cannot find an update on that, I think what I will do is see if I can find some motion and lemonade. Some old news reports on Susan Smith. She is the one that Flashman was talking about earlier. She had a parole hearing today. Some of you weren't even alive in the 90s when she did her crime. So I'd like to see if I could find some news reports about that. And then maybe we'll watch her parole hearing. I don't know if they ruled on it. I would say they didn't. They generally don't. And we'll watch that. I know it'll be from today. Yeah, they did quit searching Wisconsin for him this month. And his passport did get it was checked when he crossed into Canada. But then everybody was thinking, like chat was saying, did he really why would you go to Uzbekistan? Like, I would not go to Uzbekistan. I don't care how good looking the person supposedly helping me on the other end was. That's my thoughts. Yeah, Susan Smith, man, that was crazy. It's not like a spoiler alert, but if you did not, if you weren't alive, like Flash fan wasn't alive, Gabby was too young to know. I don't know about everybody else. Adair, I know you were alive. Not calling you old. But Susan Smith reported her kids that her cars were she was carjacked, and that her kids were in the car when the guy took her car. I mean, she's all over the news. Like, it was national news because everybody was looking for the car. Everybody was looking for the kids. She blamed a black guy for taking the car. And none of that happened. She took her car to whatever source of water was there, wherever she lived, and let it roll into the water with her two sons in their car seats, strapped in the back. And obviously they died. That's what she did. So I don't know how I would feel about her getting parole. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's ringing a bell now. Yeah, it was everywhere. I don't remember how many days. She blamed it on a black guy, flash fan, for carjacking her and taking her car with her 2 kids inside when she had rolled it into the water with her 2 kids strapped in the back. That's what she did. That's even the worst. And all of like the 2020 shows and I don't know, Dateline was around back then, that did all the videos of the car rolling into the water and had all the cameras inside so you could see what the kids would have seen and how fast the water would have came in. And I mean, it was huge. Sorry. Oh, yes, it's one of those cases. Yep. It was so bad. So bad. I agree. I don't think she. And wasn't it for a guy? Wasn't she having an affair? Wasn't it that? Wasn't it was for some man? Yeah, it became a mess everywhere because it was ridiculous for her to do that. I mean, just it, it was for a guy. I thought so. You know, he obviously didn't stick around. I can't imagine what her ex-husband's feeling right now. Why would he want her out? I'm sure he would go fight to say no. I'm sure she could. I'm sure. Oh my gosh, I'm getting chills because I'm sure they were screaming and crying and scared to death. What a horrible way to go. Yeah, isn't that just the way? I mean, women, if you're with somebody that doesn't want kids and you have kids, he ain't for you. That's not hard. I hope he is. I hope he is. Was this when OJ Simpson was on the trial? It's on what? Flash fan? You have to retype that. He had left her previously and was seeing someone else, if you remember correctly. She was trying to get him back. Yeah, good for her. I mean, it's like I'm glad he's saying no. Can you imagine? Well, Kelly, I could not decipher his message. Sorry, Flash fan. I just remember that I was young, because I'm still young, so I was younger. But oh, everybody was so mad when they found out it was her, and then she was just sitting there lying all the whole entire time, and lying like she made it a thing that it didn't need to be at all. That's the sad thing too, is she. Oh, um, I'm trying to think. Flash fan. So I think this would have been around the time that Court TV was like on actual TV all the time, and it was like they had their own channel. I would. I don't know if her trial was televised. It wouldn't surprise me if it was on Court TV because it was big. It was so sad. Yes, her husband was initially standing by her. He did not believe she did it. And then to find out what she did, how she did it, with was bad. A dare. Is that because I was playing my hair? Somebody was sticking up. Don't worry. Don't worry. Some other person will get on the stand and, tell us women what we're good for. And then the Valley Girl will come back. Don't you worry. She'll make another appearance. 1995, that sounds about right. Dang, I was so young. They were. They absolutely were, Kelly. Everybody was looking for those kids. She put everything into a tizzy and an uproar and did not need to. Just leave your husband and leave the kids with him. I mean, my gosh, what man is worth that? Sorry, men. I'd say what woman is worth that. If you, like I said, if you have kids and they don't want them, then bye. See ya. That's not a hard one for me. I don't understand. So yeah, that's my plan right now, because I will have little Miss Baby. It was certainly viral before the internet. I thought about I was gonna grab it and do after this. We read the verdict, heard the verdict here. And I can, if you guys want me to, I really, I can go get it. I don't think it's very long. I feel like I am saying like a ton of That's What She Said jokes in a row. Oh yes, Eileen Wuornos. That was scary. Kids always come first. Period. Full stop. That's absolutely. So you guys let me know. I can go, if you guys want to watch it, we can watch it. I don't care. I got time. That was in 92. Man, her appearances in court were crazy. She had no respect for anybody. She did not care. She gave no F's about anything or anyone. But you talk about somebody that had a horrible life. That is her. That woman had a horrible life. You're not excusing her, but man, I do not believe so. I believe the state unalived her. She looked and sounded like an alien. Yeah, I believe the state unalived her. I dare don't say that. Wait. We can do that one on Friday and just do a fun Friday. Shoot. Dang, that was a long time ago. Usually it takes a long time. And she didn't have any. That was a weird thing. She had weird hair. All right. What, Chrissy? We can do that one on Friday and just do a fun Friday. I don't know which one you're talking about. We can do Warnos on Friday. Okay. All right. So Chrissy's down. Do you guys want to watch this parole hearing or not? Chrissy does. Chrissy's a yay. You know, that one. Flashman's like putting all these unalive. Yes. Flashman, we were alive. we were alive when these people were doing their crimes. You're like, do you remember way back in the day when you know, dirt was new? Like, yes, we know. All right, let me find it. Oh, wait. Why is that saying opening statement? Martha back in 1949. Zach, you know, if I could find him, I thought I had him on old VHS tape, Betamax, whatever. You were old enough to be on those juries. Woo! I don't believe you. I know. It's crazy. He is talking like these are the 1800s. You know, that was back in the day for us. 1800s. All right, I'm getting it. I think. Give me a second. Oh my gosh, it was like everywhere this morning and now I can't find it. Also, just looking at Chloe Driver's mugshot, she looks horrible compared to now. Why would there? Why dare? Why do you need to know that? Is there something you need to tell us? Are you gonna take her to the speakeasy because we're all so old in here? Oh, Martha's a real person. Oh, was she in Was she in California? I don't know. I don't know, Martha. I'm not. You guys are putting ages down there. I'm not touching. Oh, she does look different. Yeah, yes, she looks very different. She's like, face is full. Kelly said she got a glow. I don't know if Kelly's talking about Chloe or Susan Smith. Alrighty. Because it looks like this just goes. That is a scary tie. That's from back in the day tie. She does look pretty good for being in prison for all these years. I've got it playing. And I tried to, it looked like it just started. Seriously. So 1949 New York. All right, Flashman, I don't know that one.
I prepared the comments which I'm reading. To get straight to the point concerning Shower's current parole request, I and both of my surviving sisters are 100% opposed to his parole. My sisters, both of whom are in their 80s, would be here today if they were physically able to be. They, plus another sister that we lost to COVID, attended these hearings in prior years. I am extremely justified in expressing, I feel extremely justified in expressing our feelings that anyone who could do what Shira did should never be paroled. Although I understand and respect the solicitor's reasoning for not seeking the death penalty, I feel that Shira got a break when he got his life sentence instead of the death penalty. He should serve the life sentence in its entirety. My brother was very important to our family, of course, and also to his many friends. We were heartbroken when we learned that he had associated with some people that he should not have. But that does not change anything about what Shira did, nor his sentence. My brother.
That's not Susan Smith. This guy's talking about some dude. He's talking about this guy. Oh, is he the other guy involved? Oh, happening soon. Where are all these people? I assume you guys don't want to watch all of these people. She's changed. A lot of people going out for parole today. Was she at the very end? That's not her, is it? This is Leith. Is that her? I'm gonna make sure that's not her. Well, isn't she a very well put together Southern woman?
Accused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have moved her site into the lobby briefly.
That was not her?
And one moment as we admit all parties. There at Leith. Ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
And Attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Ms. Susan Smith.
Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Ms. Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well. Ms. Smith, I want you to know that we have received the packet of information that Mr. Thomas's office provided to us on your behalf, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today. Mr. Thomas, are you going to begin, or is your client going to begin?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing and this board are presented. And I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story. Some of this stuff, I've known Susan for a couple of years, and we've been working on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out some rhyme or reason as to, how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I kind of came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack of insight, the lack of diagnosis into mental health, and it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully, they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that were pushed under the rug, so to speak, because they were embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed, but they showed up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this came together and produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing and no reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record that I'm aware of. If paroled, she would be living with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional. You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs that I took the time to look at everything, to look at the programs that she's been involved in. And I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is the self-harmers group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits, Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Endovo and the CipherWorks programs, Loss and Grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. What I always begin with the board is contributing factors because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on, why it was going on for the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the media, and I know that Susan wants to speak, and because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is this is not about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned by the state. So, but it has stuck. And I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we are certainly not trying to say anything about, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide of her dad at age 6. Horrific, just horrific. And she blamed herself. How could he leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning of some serious mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball. And the lack of, recognition and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old stigma of, we just tough through these terrible situations, and that's how it's done. It's not done that way. there were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never went anywhere. She was the child. The adults in the picture did not, can't blame them. I think it was the times, did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date. Severe depression, potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize for reading something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me. And it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with reality. My thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me because my thoughts were so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. It was truly a moment of insanity. There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows the remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since this thing. When I first met her and I would go and see her, remorse is difficult. You know, that's something with the parole hearings that I've presented for years is to how do you say, how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, you know, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she made in herself in prison? One of the things I think is important is that she has no prior history. Nothing that would lead up to believe that someone would be capable of a crime of this nature, which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk, and I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the character arts program, prison fellowship, which is, I think, is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been. And that is a comfort for her. It's something that that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program. She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. One of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life, think before acting. And, you know, other people are affected by your decisions and your actions, and the importance of mental health. I think that comes back into what we're talking about. It's not an excuse, but it is certainly.
I was thinking the same thing, Kelly, arts and crafts. And then he said St. Jude's. I'm like, Children's Hospital? You let her help with that? Well, Chrissy, you just told us. Don't tell us. Don't tell us. They made the decision today? That's shocking. All right.
Some indication or maybe explanation as to what was going on. The goals, and this is my final area for my presentation, is that I don't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself.
Yes.
That is something that she struggles with forever. I don't think that creates a danger to anyone, except particularly maybe a danger to her. Her medications, her mental health medications, have been balanced well by the Department of Corrections. I think she thinks as clear now as she ever has. I think that she is able to establish goals and what she would like to do in her life. And I think on the top of that list is to give back and to try to help others. She said that no one should suffer in the way that in their treatment. There is help available, and she wants to help to get out and maybe help to promote that that concept that there's help out there. You just have to seek it. And she said she'd like to live a quiet life. She would welcome supervision if granted parole, and maybe that is the best thing about this situation. From that type of situation is that if she's granted parole, it is for life, and she will be supervised and she will be monitored by the Department of Probation and Parole Services for the rest of her life. She said that she would welcome that, because that is another pillar of stability that is available for her that she can reach out to. And she said that that would be a vital and instrumental part of her life. She loves animals. She said that would like to find a job helping with dogs and cats. I often ask my clients, if you could choose and you could make these wishes come true, what would you like to do? You know, what is the job that you truly would enjoy? Often that's different than the job that we have. And I think that job for Susan is the care for animals and being involved in that area of help. In closing, I think that she has indicated to me that her desire is to make her life mean something, something other than the things that she has done to make a positive impact in her life. I talked to somebody, I've spoken to a number of people, and I've spoken to one person that told me, they were at the trial, and they said that their impression of Susan was that she was living to die. I didn't really understand that. I think the more that I have been talking to her and preparing this case, that maybe I do. I think that has been Susan's life, is living to die for the things that she has done. And I think that what she's asking today is to ask the board to consider a parole for her, so maybe she can make something positive out of a horrific situation. I want to thank you for your time. I know I've taken a lot of time today. I would just ask if you would please consider her for release.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate all
Yes,
of your
ma'am.
comments.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for the very detailed packet that you presented. Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
That is true, Tracy. I hate that.
First of all, I want to say how very sorry I am.
It's okay, Susan. Just
For those of you that were live and saw the press conferences, is this not giving you flashbacks of her tears that day, those days when she came out and was surrounded by all the press and crying her little eyes out? Please bring my babies back, or my children, whatever she was saying. Am I the only one flashing back to that? Oh my gosh. That's insane.
just talk with us.
It just took me right back there.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alice with all my heart.
Ms. Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am,
Mr. Thomas,
I hear you.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health. And my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved him that they would never see him again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his sons again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know that's just have like words, but they come from my heart. They really do.
Right. One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't. No, ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health. And I really am not guilty of what they charged me with. And I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction had been 10 years, because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions, and I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
That people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make not just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me. And it is by His grace and mercy and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
May I state your name and your relationship? May I state your name and the relationship?
I did not. Is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry. I'm a long-term friend and supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And I think state your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and relationship.
Okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified at her trial, which in the sentencing phase, and I have kept up with her by writing her
Thank you.
weekly for the last 30 years. I did this because I felt that she needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not caught up in that one experience. But
Hello, everybody from Baker's channel. We are watching Susan Smith's parole hearing. She just spoke. If you weren't not alive in the 90s and don't know who Susan Smith is, she is a horrible woman who put her two young sons in the backseat of her vehicle, strapped them into their car seats, and let it roll into a body of water, and they drowned. She went on, yes, and if you do know what happened, please don't tell us. Then she went on to, it was national news at the time. This happened in 1994. And she had said she was carjacked by a black man, and he had taken the car along with the two kids. And there was a nationwide manhunt for that man and these two kids. They did not. The boyfriend, who apparently she was cheating on because she was married at the time, didn't want children, so she just decided to get rid of the kids. And I can tell you, when she started crying, if you remember it back in the 90s when she was crying on TV, it took me right back there. It was gross. It was gross. So this is a pastor and his wife, who apparently have been involved with her since her trial. I think he just said he testified at her trial. And so we're listening to them. And then I think her ex-husband is going to speak. And then I do think they just decide on if she will be paroled or not today. So again, if you guys already know, please don't tell us. Geez, Zach, thanks for telling Brandon he doesn't need to mansplain to us. You're the only mansplainer around here.
that she could put her life back together, because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person now. And that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids, and I can't always hear your questions, but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate that, and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me interrupt you before you get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, Nina. I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify at the sentencing phase against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was, one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was. and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was one of the jurors, the prosecuting attorney was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not, and they voted life, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors said that she felt like that it would be harder for Susan to live with what she had done than to die. And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been mentioned she attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins where guards were able to use her for their pleasure, that's a bad situation, and was dealt with, and she was not the only prisoner involved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Curry, do you wish to say anything?
Yes, please, and thank you for letting us speak. I just want to say that I really think Susan is ready for parole now. She has surrounded herself with a caring support community that advises and encourages her, and she listens to them. As Mr. Thomas said, she has done everything she can to prepare herself to live outside of prison and taking courses and learning how to teach and caring about other people and working on teams and projects together. And thirdly, as both of them have said, she is not the young woman who went into prison 30 years ago. She is much stronger. She has grieved, is still grieving, will always grieve. But she's learned from it. And she has experienced paralyzing remorse and survived. Today, she wants to begin to rebuild her life, and I hope you'll give her that chance.
I want to say one more word. For the last 2 years, now remember, I was runner for 30 years, once a week, pretty close to every week. And that is, the last 2 years, I've ended my letters by saying, Susan, you live in a needy place. Share God's love with those around you and with your other contacts, but always live in hope for your own future. There is a time when you will live on your own again, past prison. And that's what I hope y'all will give her the chance to do at this time. She is a very different person from what she was 30 years ago. And I've probably been in contact with her, talking about spiritual things, but also just trying to enlarge her life by telling her about what's going on in the world around her and in the Curry family. She's the same age as one of my children.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate all of your comments, sir. We appreciate all of your comments and all of the information. Mr. Thomas, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am. Nothing further than I really would ask the board to take the time to consider Susan's request for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done, and as far as things that we need to do to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile or mean something, I think Susan is at that point. And I just again want to thank you for listening today, and hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you,
Yes,
Mr. and
ma'am.
Mrs. Curry. We certainly appreciate all of you joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as all victims join from central office.
Why do I feel like we're in a plane getting ready for takeoff? Like a stewardess. Please prepare the cabin for takeoff.
Good afternoon. You all come on in. Thank you. Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan Smith. Is that correct?
Yes.
We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today. But we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Sir, can we begin with you, please?
Stand up.
You don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
David Smith. I'm the father of Michael Malice.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
And Tiffany Smith. I'm David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael Malice.
I'm Savannah Smith, and I am David's daughter, Michael Malice's sister.
Austin Hughes. I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Pope. I was the solicitor in the original trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett. I'm the 16th Circuit solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original case.
Laura Hudson with the current Crime Victims Council.
Mark Reynolds. I'm with the victim's family.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff, Union County.
Scott Cooper, Sheriff's Office, Union County.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Rita Swan, aunt to Michael Malice.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all. And again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole. And if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Mr. Smith, would you like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
Conclude at the end, please.
Who would like to speak first?
I'll speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, the facts and circumstances. And I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty. And I thought it was very important that the betrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated the same. We knew it was going to be difficult. We knew there was a likelihood of not achieving the death penalty. But I think it's important to note the jury at the time actually asked, what did life mean? And you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in 96. We tried the case in 95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. Carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts this story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards, the social media, the attention, the conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, you know, she's got people outside, I'm sure you've heard from them, that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the action she committed, that punishment has not been achieved yet. And so I would ask you to deny parole. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solicitor Cody. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want children, and that they had no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later, after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination? I was on the banks of John D. Long Lake, standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water, where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. That was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man, and he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery. The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released, and she should not really be released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else wish to speak? You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read what I wrote. Okay, it's easy, if you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October. And then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. Because in my mind, it always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning, and I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried, beside our older brother. I go there often and I will tidy up their graves, where people have left trinkets or gifts, and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy. I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days and hot days, it doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex's kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know, because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional. I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before of that week. And a young man, middle-aged man then, I'm an old man now, but the boys never got to. As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys were still here. I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trial. Tommy Polk did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole. We were against any parole for her. And then two other items going back 30 years. The Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So I went back and told David, I said, "You know, it's better that you don't see the boys." And I think deep down he understood why. The next day, Saturday, three of us, David, his dad, and I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery was laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him if it were possible to move Danny. And he said, "Well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny." So I went back and saw my brother. Said, "You know, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny?" And he said, "No." So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'll vote this.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering, his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we have thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up in and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him, hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies. And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them. The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter. A little bit more than we probably should have been. Because we were afraid something might happen to her. It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not. All because of her lies. So to give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak for Mr. Smith? Sheila, anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me. Most of what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant. But primarily, I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, What I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers, the good and the bad of having older siblings. And I now try to use my life as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown. We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
Mr. Smith, you're welcome to stay seated if you are uncomfortable.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records and accounts of all that. Just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. You know, God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end her life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I never seen it on paper. No, you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time, that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately, to me, that's only 15 years per child. Her own children. It's just not enough. So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that Your death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here.
I'd like to hear him discuss it. Hi, Toxic.
The room is clear. As a reminder, Mrs. Mira did recuse herself. Ms. Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 12:51 p.m. We will pause our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Valerie Suber, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Relief Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for the press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now. Once we check you in, we'll start the press conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address it to the staff and we'll get you an answer as quickly as possible. Again, there is 15 minutes between.
Yeah, no discussion. I didn't realize they voted like that. That's crazy. All right, we have the press conference too. Yeah, I've got it. Oopsies. I don't think I've had to say that word at all today, till right now. That was gut-wrenching. That original solicitor, as they are in South Carolina, boy, he came up and just laid it out. It was amazing. Like, that's crap that we made up some love affair gone wrong story. Absolutely, Adair. It is. It is. And unfortunately, they have to go through this every 2 years to keep her in there, which sucks for them. I mean, it is like punishment. Yeah, they voted on it. One person recused themselves for whatever reason. So it was like quick. I agree.
David is not going to take questions. I know they've told you guys that, but he appreciates you being here today and supporting the family. Obviously, it's a positive decision today, but David wants to say a few words to you. Thank you.
Well, today has been 30 years coming. Wasn't sure how to feel, what to expect. I know what I was hoping. I think, Susan, in the last 30 years, through her action, has continued to proven that it's all about her. What what all this has done to her, how it has affected her. I haven't seen any remorse from her. So for her to think that I would even speak on her behalf, I do not understand that. But it's been such a tough 30 years for my family, for friends, loved ones, near and far. But today, the committee made the right decision and denied her parole, at least for another 2 years. So I'm not looking forward to it in 2 more years to go through this again, but at least I know for now she'll still be behind bars. And for 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex. Thank you.
We've got Kevin Brackett, who was my deputy solicitor at the time. Kevin is now the solicitor in York and Union counties. He tried the case with me. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Yes, sir.
Are you surprised by the result today?
Personally, now I've got to speak for me. David and his family, he can speak for himself, but we were cautiously optimistic. I think, as David said, she's demonstrated that it's always been about Susan from the day she committed the crime. And so I think we're hopeful, we're happy. It's unfortunate that the law wasn't what it is now, that life meant life, because as we spent the last 3 hours together, kind of reminiscing as a family, and we'll all be back 2 years from now, or as Solicitor Brackett said, as long as somebody's remembered Michael and Alex, we'll all be back here.
She mentioned living with her brother if she gets out. You want to see her back in the community.
From the folks I've spoken to in the Union community, they are ready to quit being the place where Susan Smith killed her children. I think the family members have said it's robbed them of their community and the love of their community. Absolutely, the best thing would be if Susan was ever paroled is that she would just disappear and go be anonymous somewhere. But unfortunately, we know based on her behavior that's not going to happen.
No, I think, as I told the parole board, she traumatized not just the family, but she traumatized that entire community and left a scar on Union that will exist as long as people remember what she did, which is going to be for a long time. So I don't think anybody would be excited to see her return.
Yes, sir.
After having to seek the death penalty, or after seeking the death penalty and this ending up the way it did, what will it mean to have to do this every 2 years?
It is a torture for this family. It was a reunion of sorts. I've shared with you before that I don't contact these folks because we represent a bad time in their lives. But when I see them, I'll start crying now talking about it. The sad thing is that every 2 years, as David said, the clock starts ticking. 30 years seems like it went like this, but the flip side is that this is a strong family. David has put it from the beginning that it's about Michael and Alex. And as long as I can draw breath and be here to support them, and I know the family feels the same, we'll be here. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure you saw the statement that Susan Smith delivered earlier today. She was tearful. She appeared remorseful. Do you think she's the same woman that she was 30 years ago?
I believe Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in. And I got no reason to believe anything different. We weren't able to see the feed that you guys saw, so I don't know if you saw. Kevin and I were discussing all the way from the day she called David Smith and he came out to the house, and he's on television, looks like a man who just told he lost his children, and Susan's excited about being on television. So I believe her to be the same solicitor. You may want to weigh in.
Yes, sir, I completely agree. You look at her record in jail and ask yourself, does this appear to be a woman who's changed her behavior, changed her life? She
if she were released, she would capitalize on this. She would attempt to monetize her fame. She does not need to be out of jail. She needs to stay in jail. These boys had 140 to 150 years of life ahead of them. She should stay there at least that long.
Attorney, I'm the Reverend, and we want to say we appreciate y'all hard work that y'all done, because the black families and a lot of young black men were being attacked, because of what she said, and you went down and got the truth. And as a minister, and for other ministers, I come to tell y'all thank y'all for what y'all done.
Reverend,
David, we'll pray for you and your family too.
Reverend, I want to tell you I appreciate it. I've been asked over the years about the racial aspect of it. And I'll tell you, that community, they think because we're Southern, because we sound like me, that there's going to be an issue. That community handled that issue. A reporter asked an African-American lady in Union, what do you think about the community blaming a black man? And she said the community didn't blame a black man. Susan Smith blamed the black man. So I appreciate your words here, and I know the family does.
I told him, when the police come, put your hands up and just say, I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't got no gun, I ain't got no chip. And the police were very respectful. They came and searched the house, they pulled the guys over that was in the red Marvel, and they checked out and they wasn't there. They treated people fair. But we thank you, because you went down and got the truth out.
Well, I made a point of telling the parole board that those people, how many black men who happen to resemble the man she imagined driving a red Mazda in California or Colorado or Missouri, how many of those people got pulled over because of what she did? They're all victims too.
So you mentioned too, you said if it had been a black man who had been arrested and charged, he would have gotten the death penalty. If it had been James Smith, he would have gotten the death penalty. What made it different for Susan?
I think the difference for Susan Smith was a combination, and only really the jurors can answer that. I think the fact the trial was in Union, and you're going to see the same people at the grocery store every day, I think that made a difference. I think it makes us uncomfortable. It's actually a lot easier to blame the criminal or blame the father. We leave our kids at home every day with our mothers, and we don't think about it, and so I think it was unsettling, and they wanted to think there was some reason. It's hard for us to grasp that Susan's sole reason was selfishness and what was best for Susan.
And it's precisely that betrayal, because people expect their mothers to protect their children and lay down their very lives for them. And it's precisely that betrayal that makes this case so disturbing and such a terrible crime.
How does the community move forward after today's showing, and knowing you still got a path ahead? How do you move forward?
I think the difficulty is for these folks moving forward. I think Union, just like I'll always be the Susan Smith prosecutor, Union will always be the place where Susan Smith took Michael and Alex's life. I think where your prayers need to be, Reverend, is praying, as you said, for this family and for God's peace on them, because they're going to be dealing with it long after we go back home. Hug your kids tonight. Remember the positive things, and remember how hard this family fought and what they've been through and how they stood strong for Michael and Alex. Thank you, guys. Yes.
Her attorney brought up her past as far as her dad committed suicide.
Yes.
How much do you think that played a role in the board's decision today? Do you think you thought about that enough?
I think the defense presented that, all the way back in death penalty, and I think that may have helped in mitigation. She went from Susan the monster at the time of the crime to Susan the victim when we're trying it in July. But the truth is, if you peel back the facts, as horrible as that is, she made choices. It's like David said today. She chose. If it had been a botched suicide, she could have shown up at that house wet. She could have shown up at that house injured. She could have come and said, I made a horrible mistake. She didn't. It was all about what's best for Susan. And so those are sad, tragic circumstances, may have made the woman she is, but the woman she is made a horrible decision and took two precious lives. Ready, guys? Good. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you, David, and y'all did a good job. Thank you. We pray for you. We pray for you.
Dang, he showed up in his full thing. Oh. Somebody else is going to speak.
Okay.
And thank you, Adair. That was very sweet. I don't know if this is for the same thing.
Mr. Chair. Slide down just a touch. Slide down just a touch. This way. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay. So we're all set? Yes. Thank you. Let's get started. My name is Anita Dantzler. I'm the Public Information Director with the South Carolina Department of Probation, Parole, and Pardon Services. We are holding this press conference to provide further explanation of the parole hearing process. First, I'd like to introduce my acting director for the agency, Jody Gallman, who will speak today. And then I'd like to also introduce Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Release Services, Valerie Suber, who will also be speaking with you today. Okay? So, first, Acting Director Gallman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. First, I want to thank the entire executive management team. But behind me, you have some of the executive management team and some of the senior managers in the department. Secondly, I want to thank the department staff for everything that they do during the course of the year, and especially for the parole hearings and the pardon processes that we have in place. I want to give a special thanks to the Paroles, Pardon, and Release Services Division. Without that staff, the hearings could not take place. And next, for today, I want to especially thank what we are calling the Special Operations Team. Those were the different folks that you saw today in the uniform. Some just had their little badges on them, but that entire team of putting the work together for today. And lastly, I just want to thank the Parole Board. The Parole Board has difficult decisions that they have to make, as you witnessed some of the decisions that were made today. So we want to thank them for their services. And now we'll hear from Deputy Director Suber.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As stated, my name is Valerie Suber. I am the Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Release Services. I'd like to first say thank you to Court Television for providing live streaming services today and for highlighting the parole process in the state of South Carolina. In South Carolina, we schedule roughly 3,000 inmates every year for parole consideration. Today, inmate Susan Smith, SCDC number 221487, was denied parole. This was by a unanimous decision of the board. One board member did recuse herself from this vote. The reasons for denial were identified as follows. This on the screen behind you is the graphic. The nature and seriousness of the current crime. Her institutional record is unfavorable. The inmate will be notified of the disposition of this hearing, as well as the reasons for rejection. Inmate Smith will be eligible again for parole consideration in 2 years. Thank you.
Short and sweet.
Okay, do you have any questions? Yes.
Being that the reasons for her parole being denied were nature and seriousness of current offense and institutional record, does that mean when she comes back in 2 more years, the nature and seriousness of the current offense will be the reason that she's denied again? Like, will she just get denied for this next times that she comes?
I can't speak as to what will happen. It is a reason for denial, and the board may use that reason again in 2 years, yes.
And could they not use it? Like, could they decide to not look at the nature and seriousness of the current offense?
The board is an autonomous decision-making body. They make their decisions independent of this agency. They do have the discretion to grant parole as they see fit. So it is at their discretion that they grant or deny, and the reasons that they grant or deny are at their discretion as well.
Valerie, what was the nature of the conflict of the board member that excused herself?
for himself.
I have that statement here for you, and I will read it for you again as it was read onto the record. Be advised that I will recuse myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Graham Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance or affecting her opportunity for parole, and it is signed respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro, board member. And we have a question here.
She actually just asked it.
She asked it? Okay. Anyone else have a question?
Thank you.
Mhm.
I noticed that all of the parole hearings, all of the decisions were actually rejected. Is that normal?
Our parole rate for violent crimes is currently 8%. So there is not a high parole rate in South Carolina currently. So I guess in essence, that is pretty typical. Another question? Yes.
Are there supposed to be 7 parole board members?
Yes, the board consists of 7 members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. We do have 1 vacant seat that has been vacant since 2022. So that vacancy is not considered in the quorum. And then Ms. Miro recused herself, so there were 5 voting members in this hearing.
Why is that seat vacant?
Because the governor appoints and the Senate confirms, and that hasn't happened.
In recent years in the state of South Carolina, has there been an inmate who's granted parole with the seriousness of this nature of the crime?
Inmates have been granted parole who committed murders, and there are inmates currently on parole for life sentences, yes. Any other questions? Yes.
What makes a difference to the inmates who had committed murders or had life sentences were granted paroles versus Susan Smith's case?
Again, the board grants parole at their discretion, and I will quote a statute for you because it is probably the most potent statute that I can reference. That is 2421-640. The board must carefully consider the record of a prisoner before, during, and after imprisonment, and no such prisoner may be paroled until it appears to the satisfaction of the board that the prisoner has shown a disposition to reform, that in the future he will probably obey the law and lead a correct life, that by his conduct he has merited a lessening of the rigors of his imprisonment, that the interest of society will not be impaired thereby, and that suitable employment has been secured for him. That is 2421-640, which gives the board complete discretion to grant or deny parole. And it is not until they are satisfied that these conditions are present that an inmate may be paroled. Yes.
So I didn't hear this discussed, but did Susan Smith have any hard offers of employment if she would have been released, or has she satisfied that?
The employment offers are not verified until the person actually makes parole.
Was there anybody else besides the Currys that were in favor of her release? Like correspondence or anything like that?
I don't know who was in favor of parole. I think we've already reported out on the number of letters received, and I don't have any other information outside of that.
So just I'm sorry to make you repeat this, but how many letters were received?
There were 6, I believe.
6 that were for parole, and as of November 17th or 18th, it was 471 letters or correspondences received because some were emails. Okay.
And how is the inmate informed that whether or not they're paroled?
Our agency employees, staff, release examiners who are present at each institution, and they are advised of the outcome of the hearing at the time the decision is made at the prison.
I think I have one. Why is every 2 years to have a parole hearing? How does that work?
Okay, by statute, because of the time her crime was committed, she is eligible for parole every 2 years. There is a window where certain individuals are eligible every year, but because she is serving for a violent crime and the time she was convicted and her crime was committed, the law requires that she wait 2 years before she's considered again. Okay. Just one more thing, folks.
Several of you have asked me about the names of the persons that spoke during the Susan Smith hearing. So I'm going to give it to you right now. David Smith, Tiffany Smith, Savannah Smith, Douglas Smith, Rebecca Smith French. Rebecca is spelled Rebecca. And I believe it's former Representative Tommy Pope and Solicitor Kevin Brackett. Brackett, Brackett. So those are pretty easy names. I think you got it. I know you got it. You won't be calling me tonight.
One question, Savannah, is it with an H or without an H?
Savannah with an H.
Thank you.
All right.
The folks who spoke in favor of Smith, the Currys, is that Curry or IE?
Now, I do not have that.
Uh-oh.
Who spoke in favor. Right. So they are registered with the South Carolina Department of Corrections. So yes, they would have that information for you. I want to thank you all for staying with us and coming here to this press conference today. We're going to also take you down the stairs, down the elevators in a very orderly fashion, just as you got up here. Okay? Thank you.
I think this is a lady that was preparing the cockpit for takeoff. I like her too, Gabby. All right, well. No, she was naming off the people that spoke to deny her. So David's dad, and then his wife, daughter, relatives, the solicitors. So everybody that didn't want her to get parole. I don't know how they could have granted it with like a freaking mob of people there telling them basically no. I mean, the sheriff was there. Like, that's crazy. How many people. And I wonder if that parole board felt just like we did, those of us that were alive, taken right back to that time when she's doing the press conference crying, when she started crying today. I don't know how you don't go right back to that, because it was just like, oh my gosh, this has not changed. And arts and crafts, okay. Whatever. I mean, good for her. John Wayne Gacy, he sells his paintings, so I don't want any of it, and I don't want any of her crap either. Yes, the elevator is this way, and you're going to go in an orderly fashion or else. Oh, yeah, that's what... Me too, Zach. Yep. That's why I said as soon as she started crying, that's exactly where my mind went, was that press conference of her crying. I'm like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You haven't changed at all. And her prison record shows that. And I do agree with family and everybody else that said she still is all about her. You know, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've not been friends with her. So the brief moment I saw her in the 90s and the brief moment I saw her today don't feel any different. That's the only thing I have to go by. Also, when they read her prison, you've been in trouble. You just got in trouble a month ago, and you didn't even talk about why you got in trouble. You blamed some publisher. So, you know, whatever. You don't seem genuine. And there is no sorry in you. You're sorry for you. You're not sorry for your kids. Flash fan. Oh, that wasn't very nice. Zach, I'm not so sure you're not younger than me, so you gotta be around my age if you remember that. That was not a good time in this country for her, what she did. I mean, to go on TV, blame a person that doesn't exist. Blame a white woman going out and blaming a black man, describing a black man. Like that guy said, who got pulled over for that? Whose house got searched for that? Who's, that's insane. And it was wrong. And I've never heard her say sorry. Did you hear her say sorry she was wrong for doing that? You're a youngin'. You're a youngin'. You are. But you're a big boy. Gabby. I was born in 1986. Whatever. All right, guys. That's all I have. That's all I have. So thank you guys for everybody that's been here all day. Thank you, everybody that came over from Baker's. I appreciate it. I will be back Friday morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Not sure exactly what we're going to do yet. We've got a couple of suggestions and ideas out there. Sorry, Gabby, I could not resist. Flashman. I didn't know him personally, but I do remember Ted Bundy. Flashman, I think he really enjoys making me feel old. Or he's just seeing how far back I go, I guess. I was too young to be a victim of Ted Bundy. How about that? Thanks, Kelly, for recommending it, and thank you. It was good. It was good. That trial ended as bad as well as it could have, given the circumstances. I will be interested to see what the sentencing is. I have no idea what the sentencing guidelines are for that. So, love you too, Flashman. I hope that they show the sentencing. I will show it if they do. Thanks, Zach. God bless everyone, even women. I don't get it, Zach. I do is for a but he's not here. Right. Can you explain that, Zach? I was a dumb woman. I don't know. God bless everyone, even women. That's funny. But when they were setting up Chloe Driver's sentencing date and they were talking about the 18th, I was thinking about the 20th. And I'm kind of wondering if old Judge Gull will lift her little no camera thing she's got going and show Richard Allen's sentencing. I think she will do no less than throw the book at him. I think he's looking at probably 132 years. But I think she would also just like the spotlight of it all. Maybe. I don't know. But I can see her showing that. So we'll see what happens. The dogs. All right, guys. Thank you again so much. If you haven't, please smash that like button on your way out. I would really appreciate it. And I'll be back Friday morning and we'll do something fun. Friday streams are fun. So, guys, all enjoy the rest of your evening. Be safe. Do something fun. I'm going to go shut my dog up and I'll see you guys all later.